My name is Caroline, and this channel was built on something stronger than hate. It was built on truth, courage, and family. They try to shake the ground I stand on, try to drown me in the noise, but every lie just made me louder. Every storm just found my voice. Some of you came here for answers. Some of you came just to see. But somewhere in the middle of it, you became family. And every night the day goes dry, and every night the circle grows. And goes dry, more hearts than they will ever know. Welcome to Mommy Ramblings tonight, where truth stands strong and hearts unite. Bring your story, bring your light. Right here we rise and fight. No more silence, no more fear. Every voice is welcome here. This is more than what it seems. It's family, it's hope, it's Mommy Ramblings. They try to tear this place apart, but they underestimate it hard. Because when one voice stands up tall, 1,000 more will answer the call. Welcome to Mommy Ramblings tonight, where courage burns and hope ignites. Bring your story, bring your light. Right here we rise and fight. Through every storm and every flame, I'll still remember every name. This is more than what it seems. It's family, it's hope, it's Mommy
Hey, Amy, are you OMGing over Murdaugh? Are you OMGing over the Murdaugh? I thought it was a joke. But Eric Bland, who is the attorney for Gloria Satterfield, says no, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. And he'll get another trial probably, but he'll be right back where he is, you know. But it's almost like, I swear to you, it's almost like, hey, we got really good ratings with Murdaugh, and they're doing Letitia over. Why don't we just do Murdaugh over again? We know how it's going to end. Let's just do it again, though. Doesn't it seem like that? It's like a remake of a movie. That's what it's getting to be like. Who else are they going to pick for a retrial? Scott Peterson again? They tried that one, but that one just keeps going down the... He did get his death penalty gone, though, right? Yeah, well... It's looking like that's going to be what it is. Quite a few, well, Watts never had a trial, though, Sassy. He took a plea. There's no do-over for him. He's a done deal. He didn't have a trial. He's a done deal. But yeah, so Tanner, who watched Tanner Horner today? Okay, so the closing arguments were pretty emotional on the prosecution side. The defense side was okay, everybody was tuning out. And when the defense attorney went and took Athena's picture down and replaced it with the juror's oath, that was really, oh boy, that did not go over well. And I heard from people in the courtroom that some of the jurors weren't even looking at the female defense attorney. I believe her name is Anderson, Mrs. Anderson. Yeah. The let me see, I have some notes here from the closing arguments, but the prosecutor did a good job, James. And okay, let's see if this is it. Yeah, he put up a huge picture of Athena, and he said, like, this was his why. This was in his office for, weeks and weeks. And that when he sat with the Texas Ranger Job and himself and others, no one had a dry eye, right? He said, the evidence speaks for itself. I'm not going to go over the evidence with you. There's too much of it, and the judge will give me the hook. He said, the hook, off the stage. So he said, and maybe this is the time when I'm supposed to get all fire and brimstone on you. And I could get all fire and brimstone, but I don't have to go all fire and brimstone, he said. And then he went over Athena, all the things she wasn't going to get to do. And then when he said, her wedding and stuff, and I think about what shoes she would have worn under her wedding dress. And he said that, the other girls. And you know what do I think? Remember the two other girls, the constable's kids that he rolled up on, but then their parents were both home? I don't know if they would have been there, because there was two of them too. It wasn't just that the parents were home. There was also two girls. He might not have taken on two girls right away. I don't know. But he did say, he said that they would have been first, but their parents were home. And he kept saying, this is planning. What he did is not someone having a catastrophe. He went to a secluded road. We know what he wants. We know because you heard it. But Athena didn't know what was coming. And every so often he put up on the screen the image with Athena in the back of the truck where you see her, and then another one of Tanner just driving with his eyes like crazy. And that's when he showed him in the truck alone. And he said DNA is important, but the only acceptable answer in this case is Tanner Horner is excluded. And that's not the answer in this case. And he begs to differ with Dr. Ryan about the P-file stuff. And he said, you heard the murder, and I don't want anyone to forget what a warrior Athena was. I don't know anyone who could have withstood that, he said. And then he takes Tanner's shoes out of the evidence bag. The shoes that made that impression on Athena's face. And he puts them on the desk right in front of the court reporter. And he says, this is what it took to beat the life out of her. Stomping her with a pair of shoes. And now we don't have to wonder where those prints came from. We know. So that was really compelling. And then, he tells them, Athena didn't get, another Christmas. Athena didn't get any more birthdays. Athena didn't get mercy. Athena didn't get any of that. Right? So, vote for death. Actually, he says vote no and then yes, I believe it is. So then the defense got up there, like I said. They did it in two different, they had two of the attorneys. First, they started with the male attorney. He started just telling them about their oath and all of that, right? And then, I'm sorry. I'm not done with the prosecution. The prosecutor said the defense is going to get up and they're going to tell you about all their experts. They're going to tell you about the guy that said he had low testosterone, and the lead paint guy. And I don't know if that homemade zapper thing he has works, but why didn't they test the other people in the house? He said you're going to hear a lot of talk about second chances, and you're going to hear about mercy because he has deficiencies and he has deficits and he has a disability. And everything they're telling you is an excuse because it took $500,000, and I don't know how many experts to tell you it's not an excuse, but they had to work that hard. He said, but what is most important is what he did. In looking at all of this, if you want mercy and you want someone to consider giving you mercy, when you gave none, I like to think it starts with the truth. Not to try to change the narrative, not to try to, change this narrative and make it something it's not. Wanting mercy and earning it are two different things. Now, what you heard for the past 2 weeks, and then he showed a picture of Athena. This is the one when he showed the picture in the back of the truck. That this man driving this truck had every ailment, and he can't cope with stress, and he's done almost everything. But he cannot do anything. He said, hold on. He can do everything, but they say he cannot do anything. And he has the ability to do and be out in the world just about anything. And then he said, that is an individual who is lethal, who targeted somebody and hunted somebody. You all saw bungee cords, because there's bungee cords behind Athena when she's kneeling in that truck. This is not an individual on a stress-fueled catastrophe. The cocaine nonsense is just another lie to explain getting caught, covering up the camera. This person is cool, calm, and lethal. So are you going to believe what you see and hear, or are you going to believe that he can just barely get up in the morning? The only verdict that makes any sense is answering the two questions, yes and no. Okay. And then now the defense. So they first took off the big picture of Athena, which really pissed a lot of people off in the chat. And I imagine from what people said that were in the court, it pissed people in the court off too. And the male defense attorney got up first, and he said, thank you. They both said thank you. Thank you for giving your time and all of that. So he reiterated that. And then he said, it's hard to pay attention, but you guys were really impressive. And now you did the first part, and he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. We know that. It's not about that. And then he puts the next chart about special issues, and he tells them, you must be unanimous and not to give up their moral judgment. And he goes back to Tanner saying, yes, he lied about things, but so did that Deputy Amy that testified. And, you don't give somebody the death penalty because they lied about something. He should have had a lawyer. This is what he says. He says that when Tanner wanted to speak to Job again, he already had a lawyer. They should have never talked to him, he says. And his lawyer should have been there. And he says that what Tanner was doing was totally justifiable. And he said if he had the money, he could have gotten out for Christmas. No, he couldn't have. Oh, come on. So he said if he had the lawyer and the money, he could have been out that day. You saw his videos. Everything he does is weird. But they shouldn't have been speaking with him without an attorney. And they mocked him for it. It's ridiculous. And that's why the attorney should have been there. And then he talks about the medical examiner. And he mentions that the medical examiner said, and she did, the hymen wasn't broken. There was no trauma to the sexual organs. So he goes over that, and then he says there was no fractures anywhere in Athena's body, not even in her face, that, supposedly she's getting stomped on, and you hear the noise in the truck, right? And then he starts talking about different swabs, and he goes through the medical examiner's report, and he says in the first part of the report, Tanner is excluded, and then I think it was in 2023 or something, he said they put an addendum, and then they put a supplemental report, and it's a repeat, and then there's this wordplay, he said, and using new guidelines, they paint some report, they print off a report, but this time they say, it's a likelihood ratio that the defendant is excluded or something. So he's just trying to say that he's trying to get cast doubt on the ME's report. And then, like I said, at that point, then the woman got up, and it was even more. And so listen to that for a little bit, and then the defense had their rebuttal, which was pretty brief. Did he show mercy? Did he show remorse? I mean, Tanner. My gosh, Tyler. The only thing to prevent him from ever doing this again is to recommend the death penalty. And that's exactly what happened. After they asked a few questions and wanted to see, and I put it in my post. Let me see if I can remember off the top of my head all the videos. They wanted to see the R kit, and they wanted to see, what was the other thing? Let's see, I feel like I'm taking a memory test. They wanted to see all the videos, they wanted to see the R kit, and they wanted to see, oh my gosh, what was the third thing? I feel like a stick of butter, a quart of milk. Remember that Sesame Street with the string? A stick of butter, a quart of milk. Let's see. They wanted to see, oh, come on. They wanted to see what's in my post. They wanted to see the R kit, all the videos. I've got to look. I have to look. Hold on. Okay, let's see. They wanted to see the chicken letter. Oh, the letter from that guy Chicken that did the Bible study with him in the jail and stuff. That's what they wanted to see. And so people were starting to flip out and freak out, and that was happening, right? And already they said, oh, they're going to be back. They're going to be a long time. It's going to be probably tomorrow. They're going to want to sleep on it. And literally, and it's happened like that in so many cases. They just want to see something, and then they're back on it. So, yeah, let me go to the chat here. Okay. Hey, Nora. Thank you for being a member for 71 months. Thank you so much. Scout Inquirer. Wow, Scout Inquirer. Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you so very much, and bless you for always doing an amazing job to bring us the information on all these cases. You always have such compassion in the facts. Thank you very much, Scout. Good to see you. How you doing? Hope you've been staying well. Let's see. Greetings and big hugs. Yeah, Tanner Horner. So, okay, so then the jury came back, right? And the judge got the papers. Judge has a really healthy head of hair. That judge, he really does. He should do some shampoo commercials. I really do. I commend him for, I don't know how old he is, but he's got a heck of a head of hair. If he was ever taking a hair supplement, they would want this guy promoting their hair supplement. He has got quite a head of hair. Anyway. Sorry, he does. He does. He's got a very healthy head of hair. And he's a nice guy. And he got emotional, and I think he even shed some tears. But he said to Tanner Horner that it's the death penalty. And then he said to him, and I have to look this up, because is it true that in Texas, if you're executed, they execute you before sunrise? Like, because in Florida, they usually end up doing like 6 p.m. executions, but he said something like, how did he word it? He said, they will, I'm trying to, yeah, it's been a while. Life's been keeping you busy. Oh, yeah, we're busy and crazy and lots of stuff going on, but God's good. I'm glad you're doing good. Hi, Amy. Other Amy. He said something like this: state of Texas will, he didn't say will put you, he didn't say lethal injection. He said something about, but whatever means until you are dead. But I'm trying to think of what I'm losing my words right now. We miss you too. He said something like, the state of Texas will carry out maybe your death sentence. He talked a lot about the death warrant. The clerk is going to file the death warrant, and they will put you to death by whatever means, he doesn't say, and until you are dead. And Tanner had no emotion. Tanner was like a rock. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like a rock so strong. I mean, just no emotion. Okay? I thought you'd see him like, thought you'd see a little bit of something. You didn't see it. And they must have prepared him very well that this is going to happen. And then they said, do we have any need to poll the jury? And both sides said nope. And then the judge said, is there any reason we should not sentence him now? And they both said nope. The only person that gave an impact statement was the father's brother, Elijah, Uncle Elijah. And he spoke very eloquently about Athena, saying that she's more than a headline. And her life was cut short, and there's so many dreams she'll never be able to chase, and he'll never, like, she couldn't say his whole name, so he said she would run up to him all excited saying, Uncle Elijah, and he said, I'll never hear that anymore. And he said he has 3 little girls, and 2 of them knew Athena, and 1 will never know her. And what else did he say? Oh, he told Tanner that you're a nobody, you're a nothing, you want to be famous, but nobody's going to remember who you are. No one. You know who they're going to remember is Athena. Because Athena is the one that people are going to remember. Nobody's going to remember you. You're a footnote on Athena's life. And that was when he was speaking. Yes, Scout. He was just turned. He cocked his whole head to the side, and he looked this guy straight on, like, I'm looking right through you. And one of the doctors mentioned that. He looked at him like, you're not hurting me. I'm looking right through you, buddy. Okay? He didn't blink. Like, he was just showing you think you're affecting me? You're not affecting me. But really, he's going to go on and think about that, about being the footnote and a nothing and a nobody, because that's how, like, that'll really affect him. Anyway, he did say to the judge that he wanted counsel for appeal. And the judge said, okay, your lawyers will stay with you until they get that. And then they took him right out. They cuffed him. Oh, and Athena's little sister was there on her mom's lap, and then she was next to her mother. And apparently somebody that went to court said that Athena's mom said she was going to bring her because the little girl had been asking, when is this man that killed Athena going to get what he deserves? So, yeah, he was, she brought her to court, and she saw him. They got him right out of there in cuffs. You know how sometimes they wait and then are doing fingerprints and doing all kinds of stuff? No, they got him right out of there. And you heard some crying when they announced the guilty verdict. I wasn't sure if it was his family or something, but I think it was coming from Athena's family. Anyway, then the judge addressed the jury and told them, you know, he was proud of them. He told them about the prosecutors, what a great job they did. And then he commended the defense. And he said, do you understand they're out of Lubbock, Texas? And they have, I forget how many death penalty cases that they have to do this for. So what he was doing was letting you know that they don't have an easy job. They have to provide a defense. They are from the public defender's, office. This is what they do. And they have to do this 164 more times in different counties. And it's a hard job, and they did it well. And I just want them to know that I commend them. Because I think, see, a lot of people get really upset about the defense attorneys, but the public defenders, oh, how can they do this? That's their job, though. And if they don't do it right, he's going to have grounds for an appeal and may get one. So it doesn't mean that they don't care about Athena or whatever. Yeah, I know how it is, but he just, so he said that, and that I think they appreciated that. And then, what was the other thing? And then he said, and then this lady right here, this Rock, and I believe it was the court reporter that he was speaking about, and then they gave a round of applause. So I believe it was her, because she sat there the whole time, just, she didn't have that little thing that you speak into. She had the the regular little typey thing, stenographer with, I don't know if it's shorthand or whatever she's doing, but yeah, a lot of them were talking over. So then after that, everybody stayed gathered there for a while. They left the mics on for a bit, and that was it. Then everybody went. I didn't see any press conferences after, but then I went for a walk and did some stuff. Now, Murdaugh, okay? I took some notes here. Where did I put my notes on Murdaugh? Over here, I think. Let's see. Okay, so now we know with Murdaugh, it's obvious his financial crimes were a big part of what happened to Maggie and Paul. And you can argue this till the cows come home, whether Maggie got into it when he killed Paul, whether, a lot of people say Maggie was going to divorce him. Now, I have the book. Hi, Dookie. How are you? Oh, he's back in the news? Yeah. Can you believe this? It's like they're giving Letitia Stout a new trial, and I don't know. Now it looks like Murdaugh is going to get a new trial. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was like, no. But yeah, it is. So, they had Eric Bland on, and Eric Bland is the lawyer for Gloria Satterfield. You know Eric Bland, right? Okay, and he is like very well versed, very well versed on all of this, on his financial crimes, on his, crimes against the housekeeper, how he stole the money from these people to the tune of what, $20 million? It's not like $10,000, $100,000, towards $20 million. Amy's Justice League, member for 51 months. Texas is the worst place to be on death row. It will happen. Oh, yeah. That's what I wanted to. Yeah, you're the person I can ask. Yeah, but did you hear the judge say you will be executed before sunrise? It will happen 6 p.m. straight up. I was there for Hilton Crawford. Now there's a long story there. Oh, you'll have to come up and tell us when you're feeling better. You were there for that? You witnessed it? What kind of, was it a lethal injection? I'm not familiar. Yeah, I'd love to hear that story of who that is. Yeah, so is that what, yeah, I just never heard a judge say it the way that he said it. They will, and then, yeah, they will put you to death by any means until you are dead. Tanner will get appeals. Yeah, that can drag on for about 10 years. Look at Darlie Routier. How long has she been there on death row, right? And then who knows if, what will happen during those 10 years. But anyway, so Murdaugh, the financial crimes, like Eric Bland said, even if he gets a new trial, he'll be right back where he belongs. He's not going to see the light of day. He's not going to get out. It'll be only 25 miles up the road from you. Well, if Murdaugh does get a new trial, I will make you one promise. I will go there. I will. Number one, because I love that part of South Carolina, but I will go. If he does, I will go there. If it works out, like it's not during Christmas or Thanksgiving, something like that, I will go to that trial. I will. I was going to go the last time, but now that I'm been so familiar with the area, I will go. I will. If he does get a new trial. It's because there was Becky, lovely Becky, the clerk, and it started with that. But then let me see what they're saying, that he really didn't get a fair trial because of that, and they started. This is at the state level now, and here I'll tell you. So let me pull up all the legalese on this stuff. But there were like three lawyers that said, yeah, it does look like he's going to get a new trial. Okay, let's go over here. And then we'll get all the lowdown on this. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, so everything's swirling with this thing, you know. Let me see. How was work? Good? Oh, all right. Okay, so why is this? Hold on, I got this stupid thing that is. I don't know where this came from, but. Got this like screen in front of everything I'm trying to read on this, and I don't know where it's coming from. Okay. All right, so Mandy Matney. If you know Mandy Matney, she is forced to be reckoned with the Murdaugh trial. Mandy Matney. Okay. She used to be with I think it was Fitz News. Then I think she went on her own, and she's just been a very. I think she's half of the reason that a lot of stuff happened, because she was quite the little investigator there, and she is very close with Eric Bland, the attorney, and trying to think of what the heck is her podcast. But she was like exclusively on that Murdaugh, and I think now she does some other things. I think she's also very into Stephen Smith and what happened to him. So let me go. I don't know why this is. I'm just going to see if I can. Oh gosh, no. Why does he keep coming back? Hold on. There's this stupid thing. Take that off there, maybe? Can't get that. Alright, I just need to get it. Wish I could show you what I'm talking about, but let me make my resolution. Okay, now I think I can work around it. It's a workaround. Now I figured it out. So stupid. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was just a little bit of technology that was being a jerk. So we're waiting for word against, let's see, Mandy Matney, formerly of Fitz News, informed her listeners Thursday morning, April 30th, that a reliable source told the court's five justices have already reached a unanimous decision in the case. So this is exactly what she said. This is a quote. A reliable source has confirmed to us that the South Carolina Supreme Court voted unanimously in favor of Alex Murdaugh getting a new trial, and that their opinion should be official any day now. So we're just waiting for it to come down. Now, this is not only said by Mandy Matney, it's said by Eric Bland, the attorney. It's said by whoever is, oh gosh, excuse me for forgetting her name, who is with Fitz News now. She said it as well. So I think you could probably say it is going to happen. And, she said, and I quote, "We certainly don't want to believe it's true," right? But that she was trying to warn her audience and have them be prepared. So, yeah. So, in other words, the case is going to start from scratch, and a reversal would remand the entire matter back to the circuit court level, and then it would go back to the South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, whose grand jury division oversaw the initial prosecution, to determine whether Alex would be tried a second time. It is possible they can decide not to do it, but I'm sure they will. Let's see, the justice heard the oral arguments in Murdaugh's appeal on February 11th, 2026, and during that hearing, lead prosecutor Creighton Waters was subjected to a withering barrage of questions related to documented jury tampering and alleged jury rigging. And then there was, remember, the 11th hour dismissal of a juror. It was Myra Crosby. And that was decisive in securing the unanimous guilty verdicts against Murdaugh, leading to growing speculation about the circumstances, which led to her ouster, and who may have had a hand in engineering those circumstances. Speculation regarding the Supreme Court's decision shifted into overdrive when its advance sheet, a preview of coming decisions typically published every Wednesday at 10 a.m., was not released as expected. The court has offered no explanation for the delay, although it is not immediately believed to have any connection to the pending Murdaugh decision. All right, so let's see. Becky Hill is at the center of this. Rebecca Becky Hill, the Colleton County Clerk of Court. So she's at the center of the appeal, and because if you remember that she improperly influenced the jurors, okay? She said things to them, and even though the jurors said, hey, that didn't influence our verdict, she said, let me see if I can get her exact quotes here. Stuff about, let me get Becky's exact thing she said. And she was, remember, writing a book at the time. Okay, so here's what she said. Watch him, Alex, closely. Look at his actions and movements. And do not be fooled by the defense's evidence. Other reported comments were that it wouldn't take long and that they would hear things to throw them off. Okay, so that was like her part there, and now even if he gets a new trial, it doesn't negate the current sentence he's serving, 2 consecutive life sentences without parole for the 2021 murders of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Plus, he is serving additional time for financial crimes. But wait a second. No. If he gets a new trial, he's got the financial crimes, which those crimes alone, that's what Eric Bland said. It's not that he's going to get out of this, but even if they try this case again, there's so much evidence on this man. You know what I mean? Let me see here. I don't know. I'm trying to see what else we have here. See, a lot of people don't believe it, and after a while we see a lot of appeals and they don't go through it. But now you've seen Letitia, and I think he will get it. Not only was the judge aware of Clerk Hill talking with a juror individually, he said on record he was not pleased with her doing that. The full quote by Judge Newman was, "Oh boy, I'm not too pleased about the clerk interrogating a juror as opposed to coming to me and bringing it to me." He was referring to the Facebook post story she claimed to have seen and her not bringing the issue to him. The details about what Becky Hill claimed to have seen on Facebook also started to fall apart after some more scrutiny. And then she had a whole problem with her book, right? About, wasn't it about plagiarism and stuff? Yeah, let's see what else we can. Shocking appeal could overturn his conviction. And now let's see, Fitz News. Let's see what they're saying. Somebody said, let's see. Okay, a reversal by the High Court would reset one of the most complex and resource-intensive cases in South Carolina history, although the underlying facts, attendant uncertainties, and lingering controversies of the case would remain very much intact. Okay. When the ruling does come down, it's expected to carry far-reaching implications not only for Alex Murdaugh, but for how South Carolina courts address allegations of juror misconduct in high-profile cases moving forward. So we'll see what the heck happens here. Now, she did get a comment by someone here that said, your sources are toying with you, Fitz. Although I continue to say it's highly improper for South Carolina Supreme Court to have had among its staff persons who talk to the press on the background. But then again, most of what South Carolina Supreme Court itself is highly improper, including its playing with money, a lot of money, which no one dares to question on audit. And then she goes on their filing fees, and she's off on another tangent. I thought she was going to say something. Okay. I don't know. We'll just see. Where does attorneys argue for a new trial? Well, we'll see. I mean, it should be... Could it be tomorrow? Why are they saying Wednesday? Could be tomorrow. They say it's come out, you know, who knows? It's not the first time there's been a leak, so we'll see what happens. Hey, Judy, how are you? A member for 65 months. Thank you, Judy, for being a member for 65 months. Hi, Gemma. How are you? That reminds me, Gina Marie. Haven't seen Gina Marie in a long time. Hello, Bink. Hi, Terry. Hi, Chrissy. Who else is here? Jen Grill, hi. Hi, Margaret. Your fire department, dearest friend, sister lives in South Carolina, and she said the Murdaugh family is keeping such a very low key profile. Yeah, well, his brother, Randy, and his other brother, Randy lives like a pretty normal life. He's got the business where he does those rentals and of equipment and stuff, and I don't know, we've done some looking into that, but yeah. But I was going to say, Blanca said that Maggie was not filing for divorce. I know, like, Nancy Grace and stuff will say that she was. But Blanca said in the book that's not true, if I remember correctly. Okay, so... all right, 1 second. Let me just get some... I have to get something. I'll be right there. What was I going to do? Let me just put this up here for a sec. I'll be right there. Hold on 1 minute. Just want to make sure of something. Hang on. Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay. Sorry. All right. So let's see what else we got. Let me see if you guys have any questions. I'll go back here. Hold on, I'm back. I just had to get something. Okay. So what do you got? Anybody want to call in? You're free to call in if you have any questions or you want to talk about either of these two cases or something else. So anybody, what do you guys think? Let me put up a poll. Let me do a poll about Murdaugh and we'll see what happens. I know usually they don't get them, right? But after Letitia, it's crazy. I really think maybe he's going to get it. It won't have a different outcome, I know that. We don't know. The decision has to come down. What they're saying is that someone leaked out that the judges have unanimously voted on it, that he will get a new trial, so we'll see. It might be tomorrow they might bring out the decision or something. That's what they're saying about it. Something is usually released and it's not been. So, let's see. I'm kind of thinking he will. I kind of thought he would before with what Becky Hill did, you know. Especially with all their power, and even though he's behind bars, there's still a lot of power in that Murdaugh family, you know. There's a lot of power there. So, Taylor Horner. Why do I keep... Oh my gosh. Why am I calling him Taylor now? Oh my gosh. Tanner Horner. Okay, so let's see here. Trying to look at one thing. Amy, he's going to... He will be transferred from the Tarrant County Jail to the Allen B. Polunsky Unit in West Livingston, Texas. The Polunsky Unit is where Texas houses male death row inmates. Executions are still carried out Huntsville unit, nicknamed the Walls Unit, about 40 miles away. Horner's execution date will be set at a future date. And so let's take a look about, this is Huntsville's Walls Unit, was what they call. And this is what it looks like. Let's see. That's what that looks like. And of course, he'll get an automatic appeal. Sentences of death are automatically sent to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. He will be appointed a lawyer at no charge for his direct appeal, and he has asked for a second lawyer to represent him on the writs of habeas corpus. And let's see. He was sentenced to death by lethal injection for the murder of Athena Strand. Let's see here. And that is what hold on one second. There's, what did they, that's the Huntsville, right? Yeah. Huntsville. But he's going to the Allen B. Polunsky unit in West Livingston, Texas. So let's take a look at that. Okay, so Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Let's see, Polunsky information, educational, okay. Doesn't have a lot of info right there. This unit houses the state of Texas. Let me see here. It's in West Livingston, Polk County, Texas, 5 miles southwest of Livingston. Let's see. They operate this facility. The unit houses the state of Texas death row for men. It has a maximum capacity of 2,900. And let's see, it was named after Allen B. Polunsky, a former chairman of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice and the former chairman of the Public Safety Commission. Let's see what they have. It opened up in November of 1993. And what else do we have? Polunsky took the death row inmates on Friday, June 18, 1999, with the first 55 inmates all classified as being troublesome. The death row transfer, which took 10 months, was the largest transfer of condemned prisoners in history and was performed under heavy security. All right, let's see. Oh my gosh, listen to this, you guys. On May 9th, 2000, 33-year-old death row inmate Juan Salvez Soria, who was scheduled to be executed July 26, 2000, pulled the arm of 78-year-old William Paul Westbrook, a prison chaplain, into his cell. The offender tied a sheet around the chaplain's arm and tied the other end to the toilet. Oh my gosh, listen to this. He began cutting Westbrook's arm with a razor blade. He nearly tore Westbrook's arm off. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I can't even. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. The authorities used tear gas to stop the attack. Authorities treated Soria's former cell as a crime scene and moved Soria to a more restricted area within the prison, and he was executed on schedule. Oh my gosh. A 78-year-old prison chaplain. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. How the heck could that have gone? Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Okay, in May of 2013, Mother Jones magazine ranked Polunsky as one of the 10 worst prisons in the United States, based on congressional testimony from former inmate Anthony Charles Graves, released due to overturning of conviction on September 7, 2006, and research conducted by the magazine during a 3-year period. In 2025, the unit saw two inmate-on-inmate homicides, one suicide, one suspected drug overdose death in the span of 2 weeks. The deaths prompted a lockdown of the unit alongside 18 other high-security TDCJ units as part of the crackdown against violence and an influx of illegal drugs. As of 2014, the prison had 691 employees and 2,936 prisoners. As of that year, there were 279 men on Polunsky's death row. Oh my gosh. Okay, and this is not that. This is the walls. This is where the executions happen. Let me see here. So here's some more stuff about what happens there. Let me see if we can get a picture of Polunsky. It's the one Let's see. This is crazy. Okay. What are you doing?
Going to bed soon.
You're going to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, look! You got look for those cards because one says that you used it or something. They came to you.
I didn't use any of them.
Okay.
I haven't got any. Even
Well,
got any.
well, but you did, and they're going to expire.
How do I use them?
I'll show them to. I took pictures of them and sent them to you. You have to use them when you order something online. Okay. Okay, so that's it. I don't look that bad. There, it looks almost like a kind of a school. Let me see. Okay, back to the horrible stuff. Let's see. Okay, so it says that in 2010, the TDCJ accused 5 men who were serving life sentences of attempting to break out of the unit.
What's that? No, I'm definitely
Let's see, that while the prison is not in a gloomy location and the facility is not dangerously dilapidated, the prison's existential problem is that the fact that it is the state death row. Okay, so that's what it is. So it's not dilapidated, it's not in a gloomy location. It's just that you've got everybody in there that's on death row, right? So that there's like no hope or anything. David Cass Stevens of Fort Worth Star-Telegram described Polunsky as a somber complex of putty gray concrete buildings trimmed in blue on 470 fenced acres. Miriam Rosin of the Houston Press said the unit sits amid the same kind of lush green and hilly East Texas terrain that surrounds Governor Bush's lake house 100 miles to the north in Athens. Mark Brookman of Mother Jones says the prison looks as one might imagine a death row would look, which is a series of imposing concrete structures surrounded by excess razor wire and 4 guard towers. Okay, sorry for all the noise. I'm sorry. And Alex Hannaford of The Nation described it as a bleak, foreboding complex. The Polensky unit was designed to help more problematic and dangerous inmates. The officials designed the unit to be more secure than the older TDCJ units. Throughout its history, the unit housed administrative segregation offenders, offenders in solitary confinement due to chronic misbehavior or violence. The building housing death row inmates is separate from the rest of the compound. Polensky has a kitchen, a medical treatment clinic, psych interview rooms, and a classification office space. Let's see. Oh, here's what somebody said. That it's functionally designed and pleasantly asymmetrical, and that a person would mistake the building for a community college if not for the 3-inch window sills. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could easily be something like that, you know. Let me see here. The death row prisoners reside in Building 12, a 2-story facility which opened in '93. The building has 3 good night, I love you. And I love you. What, are you going now, too? I love you. Oh, okay. And I love you. Okay. Now it says, the building has 3 rectangular sections and a rectangular area in the shape of a circle. Isn't that funny? A rectangular area in the shape of a circle. How do you have a rectangular area in the shape of a circle? That sounds wrong to me. Okay, so let's listen to where he's going to be. This is where the death row offenders live in single-person, 60-square-foot cells, with each cell having a slit window and a concrete floor. There is a tempered air system intended to keep inside temperatures at 85 degrees Fahrenheit or below. 85 degrees. The death row buildings have a total of 504 cells. 85 degrees is cooking. Prior to the relocation of the men's death row, prison authorities held non-death row administrative segregation prisoners in these cells. These prisoners were relocated when the men's death row changed locations. Now, death row offenders receive no programming, and they're not allowed to work. Death row prisoners receive meals through bean slots, gates in the cell doors. Whenever an offender is taken from his cell, such as when the offender goes to take a shower, the offender is strip searched. The offenders receive individual recreation in a caged area. Depending on the custody level, death row offenders may be eligible for having radios. Well, you know what? That other guy, Longo, and he was on death row. They commuted him to life, but he had a little TV. And remember all the stuff? If you remember one of my old videos talking about all the stuff that they got, it sounds like over here it's much stricter. Okay, so let's see. It says, and that's what they did mention in somewhere. Someone said something about that he'll be strip searched every time he goes anywhere. Prisoners do not have access to television. So where he is right now, he has like a tablet in his cell and all that. That's all going to be gone. Okay? He's not going to get a tablet or anything. Unless this is not correct. I don't know. We'll have to see. In 1999, Larry Fitzgerald, a spokesperson, stated that prisoners who were going to be moved to Polensky Death Row disliked the fact that they would no longer have television services. Death row inmates wear white jumpsuits, and the death row uniforms have the letters DR in black on their backs. Yikes. Okay. Wait times that offenders have before execution make the prison stressful for the inmates, visitors, and the employees. Let me see here. A death row offender said that the mentality of the death row unit is, we keep you kenneled until your date. Larry Todd, a spokesperson of the prison, said that when a person walks onto death row, there is a sense of change. It's just a different atmosphere. During a U.S. judiciary hearing on solitary confinement, Anthony Graves, a former prisoner in the death row who was released in 2010, said the conditions were making prisoners lose their sanity. In 2013, James Ridgway and Jean Casella of Mother Jones stated that some have been known to take their own lives or waive their appeals rather than continue living under such conditions. Okay, there's a book about this place called In This Timeless Time, Living and Dying on Death Row in America. It's a 2012 book by Bruce Jackson and Diane Christian. It discusses the Polunsky unit. And one of the passages says, and I quote, "Whenever a condemned prisoner goes anywhere outside his cell, he must back up to the door, drop to his knees, and extend his hands backward through the narrow slot to be handcuffed. And then he stands, turns around, waits for the door to be open. The whole process of dropping to the knees and extending the arms backwards is particularly difficult and painful for the older inmates with arthritis." Jackson and Christian point out that the state laws for Texas and most other states do not lay out the specific conditions under which condemned prisoners live. Now, there's also, Polunsky is the setting of a book called Blowfly by Patricia Cornwell, and the popular novel by John Grisham called The Confession is set around Polunsky. Okay, let's see here. Well, that sounds very, very bleak, doesn't it? Now let's see something else here. Let's see. Every inmate in Texas is assigned a unique 7-digit number. Death row prisoners have special numbers. The letters DR on the back of their white cotton shirts also serve as a clear indicator of their status. Oh, here's a photo. Okay. This is a photo of the cell. That's where Okay. The cells contain a metal bed with a thin mattress, a toilet, a sink, and a small window. And I can't even see the window, can you? They spend at least 22 hours a day confined to their cells. Well, that's, I think he does now, right? Although most states with death penalty inmates have kept inmates in isolation, some, such as Florida and Louisiana, have begun to ease restrictions after settling lawsuits demanding more humane conditions. Others, like the state of Arizona, have ended their policy of keeping those sentenced to death in solitary confinement. Well, he's in the wrong state, isn't he? Okay. Death row prisoners are allowed 2-hour visits. The visits are non-contact with thick glass that deepens the distance between the inmate and the person on the other side. Okay, so the wife of Juan Valderas, a prisoner who has been on death row for nearly 11 years, says, he tries not to talk about the conditions he's living in, and I quote, he lives there in a small cell for 24 hours, Yance Escobar said. Suddenly, they take him out to shower 2-3 times a week. The only time you can leave that cell is when you go to shower, and they take you in handcuffs, and they put you in there, take off the handcuffs, you shower for 15 minutes, and they take you back to your cell. With routine checks and breakfast at 3:30 a.m., sleep is not continuous on death row. I think it's a form of torture because you can't sleep well, because they're waking you up every hour, Escobar said. They have access to reading, writing, and even legal materials. Some may have access to the radio, depending on their custody level. These inmates can also leave their cells during recreation time, which occurs a few days a week. Even then, the death row inmates are kept segregated in different cells, which prevent them from having contact with other prisoners. Okay. Okay, so there's a lawsuits about this. Says the Polunsky Death Row Unit does not offer adequate monitoring of mentally ill prisoners who are sentenced to death, a fact that is particularly troubling in light of the traumatic impact of solitary confinement on mental health. Let's see what else. So apparently this is like the second worst prison in the country. It's one of America's 10 worst prisons. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's see. He's going to be transferred to the Allen B. Polunsky unit. Okay, let's see. Death row wife's horror cry after watching execution. Here's something 3 days ago, it says. Let me see.
Taking a water bottles out in my bike bag.
Oh. Tiara. All right, let's see what this says. Hold on a minute. James Broadnax, 37.
It's right here.
Okay.
Can I have a look?
Was executed by lethal injection at a Texas state prison after being convicted of the 2008 fatal shootings of two Christian music producers, just days after marrying, listen to this one, Listen to this. Listen. Are you listening? Okay. This guy, let me show you his picture. Okay, hold on, I'm getting his picture because you've got to hear this now. Seriously. Uh-oh. What happened? There it goes. Okay. Now, where the heck is... Okay. Hold on a second. The woman there is a lawyer from the UK who married him. Okay? Okay. The guy is James Broadnax. He was executed by lethal injection at Texas State Prison after being convicted of the 2008 fatal shootings of two Christian music producers just days after marrying UK law graduate Tiana Krasnicki, a pen pal he had never met in person. Okay, let's see what happened. He maintained that prosecutors improperly used rap lyrics he had written to help secure his death sentence. Broadnax and his cousin, Demarius Cummings, shot and robbed Stephen Swan and Matthew Butler in the parking lot of Butler's recording studio in Garland, Texas. Despite exhausting all legal avenues, Broadnax was administered a lethal injection at 6:47 p.m. local time at the state prison in Huntsville. Just days prior, on April 14th, Broadnax wed Tiana Krasnicki, a UK-based law school graduate. He married her at the Allen B. Polunsky unit in Livingston, Texas. Isn't that crazy? And then, oh, she's got a shirt with him on it. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So let's see what this says. Now it says, hold on a minute. Oh, hold on, we missed something. Tiana was reportedly seen sobbing "I love you" and pressing against the execution chamber window as her husband received the fatal injection. Cummings was handed a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Authorities report that Broadnax, 37, admitted to the killing to reporters outside the facility, stating, "I pulled the trigger," and showing no remorse. Yet Cummings has since come forward confessing to being the actual gunman. In his final statement before his execution, James Broadnax said, "To the family, I prayed for years that any of my choices would create heaviness in your heart and burdens on your spirits. I prayed to God for your forgiveness. Despite what you think about me, I hope to God that prayer was answered, but no matter what you think about me, Texas got it wrong. I'm innocent. The facts of my case should speak for itself, period." He spent 18 years on death row. Let this moment be what finally sparks the revolution that will be televised. None of it was worth it. Queen Emmett, I love you. My promise still stands. It always will. Keep fighting. Stay strong. Keep God first. Never stop believing. I love you forever and a day. I love you, Queen. Peace, love, light, and light. That's what I stand for. God bless everybody. His legal team argued that Cummings had come forward to confess to being the gunman and that Broadnax's constitutional rights had been violated when prosecutors allegedly dismissed prospective jurors on the basis of their race during his trial. Notably, a British law school student had previously reached out to Broadnax in connection with the case. Okay. And then these two got married right before the execution. And let me see what his wife was present for the execution. And earlier in the week, Tiana Krasnicki appeared on TV via video link before their wedding ceremony, telling the host that if the execution went ahead, she planned to be there. She met Broadnax while completing her master's degree in international human rights law with a particular focus on racial disparities among Texas death row prisoners. Convinced his case exemplified that pattern, she contacted him, and the pair ultimately fell in love. It comes after a Colorado father beheaded his 13-year-old son. That was what was that? Redmond? Okay, so that doesn't sound like he's going to a horrendous, absolutely horrendous place, right? Do you think he knows that or they haven't told him that? I don't know. He was just, did you see him? He had like no, nothing. He said nothing. He was just stone-faced. Let's see. Terry says that's terrible. Okay, wait a minute. What are you guys saying now? I have 10 questions. You do? Okay. Hi, Gemma. Gianna Marie, that's who I'm thinking of. Where's Gianna? Hi, Dookie. The woman is such a nightmare for Landon and Al. Yeah. Yeah, Tanner's jail calls. We'll see. Does anybody else want to know anything more about this prison? Because if you do, I'll look it up. Does anybody want to know anything else about this? Like, does anybody else have any other questions about what that prison is like? Let me know. Let me know if you want to know anything else about it. In the meantime, let's take a look at what else is going on in this world, because I haven't had a time to do that yet today. I've been doing a bunch of stuff today. Okay. I just saw something. What did I just see? A grandmother was fatally run over in her own yard by a neighbor who was allegedly driving while on drugs. FBI Director Kash Patel sends a blunt message about the sheriff's handling of Nancy Guthrie's case. What is that about? Oh, let's see what that's about, okay? FBI Director Kash Patel just sent a blunt message about the Pima County Sheriff's Department in a new interview. Let's see what he said. On the Tuesday, May 5th episode of Hang Out with Sean Hannity, Kash Patel sat down with Sean Hannity to discuss a wide range of topics. Okay, so Hannity said, in the Nancy Guthrie case, I got frustrated because I knew from my sources they were trying to keep you guys out. And then Patel says they did. The first 48 hours in anyone's disappearance are the most critical, and here's how these cases work. It is a state matter, and a state and local law enforcement matter. What we, the FBI, do is say, hey, we're here to help. What do you need? What can we do? And for 4 days, we were kept out of the investigation. And when we were finally let in, Sean, look what we did. We went in and got the Ring doorbell. Patel said that he called the leadership at Google. He explained that Nancy did not have a subscription service to capture all of the video data and asked about going into the cached data before it was deleted. That's why you have that image of the masked man on Nancy's porch who is a prime suspect, because the FBI worked with Google to put that image out. Patel also claimed we could have gotten that days before. We could have maybe gotten more data had we been let in earlier. Additionally, the FBI director said the Bureau offered to process the DNA evidence in Nancy's case, but Pima County Sheriff's Department first sent it to a lab in Florida for processing instead. Let's see, he said, I launched hundreds of agents and intel staff to Phoenix and Tucson just for this case, just to be on standby, just to do the canvassing. And I said, we'll take the DNA, and again, it's a state and local matter, so it's their call on where they send the DNA. And then Hannity said it was a bad call. And Patel said, well, that's for the American public to decide. Let's see. He said that Patel said that the FBI lab would have analyzed it within days and maybe gotten better information or more information. Our lab's just better than the other private lab out there, and we didn't get a chance to do that, so I understand everybody's frustrations. And that's what he said. Oh, I want to tell you about something else. There is a special ops guy in Tennessee that there's a manhunt for. He shot his wife, and he shot his wife. She didn't die. She allegedly got in a car and I think drove herself to the hospital. They didn't have her condition, but he's special ops, so he knows how to live, you know, off grid and stuff. So let's see what's going on with that. I meant to put that in my thumbnail, and then I totally forgot. I saw that this morning, and I'm like, I'm going to definitely talk about that. Let's see. So a U.S. Special Forces veteran accused of shooting his wife has been on the run since early Friday. So this is the guy that's on the run in Tennessee. Coming right up. Okay. Right there. His name is Craig Berry, 53. So investigators from several agencies were looking all over the woods of northwestern Tennessee for this armed Special Forces veteran suspected of trying to kill his wife. Craig Berry, 53, has been on the run since early Friday after he shot his wife in Dover, Tennessee, near the Kentucky border. The suspect fled into the woods near the residence before deputies arrived. Trail camera captured an image believed to be of Berry wearing camouflage clothing. And Berry hasn't been seen since. I'll show you where the trail camera is. So this is allegedly a picture of him. On a trail camera. What kind of life is that, running around like that? We're still focusing on pretty much the same area. It's very slow, methodical, really detailed. A warrant has been issued accusing Berry of second-degree attempted murder. His wife has since been released from the hospital. Thank goodness. Several law enforcement agencies are assisting in the search, including the U.S. Marshals Service, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and the Tennessee Highway Patrol. This manhunt is especially challenging given the suspect's skills outdoors. He is a retired Special Forces veteran and has extensive training in survival tactics. He is an excellent swimmer and a diver, and he's believed to be in good physical shape. He is armed with at least one handgun and is believed to have taken extra ammunition. He was an infantryman, 11B, and Special Forces Medical Sergeant, 18D, in the regular Army from 92 to 2016. U.S. Army spokesperson Christopher Surridge said he deployed to Iraq 4 times and left the Army as a sergeant first class. Search crews have been hindered by the rough terrain. About 30 miles from Dover is the land between the Lakes National Recreation Area, considered one of the largest contiguous blocks of undeveloped forest in the eastern United States. We are not ruling out the possibility that he has received some outside assistance after the incident. We have no information that he is no longer in the area. I remember when we had a guy like that loose in Pennsylvania. Scary. They took a billboard. It was an eerie feeling. Okay, let me go back to... And there was a deadly Texas mass shooting. In a busy Koreatown shopping mall in suburban Dallas. The suspect, identified as 69-year-old Seung Han Ho, was arrested after a foot chase, said the Carrollton Police Chief Roberto Amadando. 3 people were also wounded in the deadly mass shooting. Details on their genders and ages were not provided. Police described the gunfire as an isolated attack and say there's no ongoing threat to the public. What is going on the last few days, huh? Okay, let's see what we've got now. Husband eliminates his father-in-law for helping his wife escape with kids, then just sat in a chair and waited. What? This is what I mean about people needing problem-solving skills, right? It's crazy, just crazy. Here's the... Oh my goodness. Hang on a second now. I don't know what just happened. Okay. Get rid of this. Okay, so a man in Maryland shot and killed his father-in-law when the suspect's wife filed a protection order against him, and the older man helped relocate their children. So we're looking at... Oh my gosh, it doesn't want to play nice. Play nice. Okay. Uh-oh. So this is the, and this is the husband, and this is the father-in-law that he shot. Mark Ryan, 41, has been charged with murder in the death of 74-year-old Robert McMeekin. The defendant was placed in the Baltimore County Detention Center without bond. On Saturday, Ryan and McMeekin were at McMeekin's home in the Sawmill Court in Phoenix, Maryland. It was not so much as a meeting as it was a confrontation, with Ryan allegedly armed with a loaded handgun in his pocket. The younger man was upset that his wife got a temporary protective order against him on Saturday morning. She had made claims of domestic abuse. As Ryan allegedly entered his father-in-law's property, he accused McMeekin and keeping him from seeing his two sons, aged 2 and 6, respectively. Prosecutors contend that Ryan fired 3 shots at McMeekin in front of the children, with one of them striking the older man in the neck. Police responded to the scene where McMeekin was pronounced dead. Ryan was arrested and charged with murder. And it says this incident appears to be domestically related. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Really? Ryan's wife and her mother were also present at the time of the shooting. They said Ryan dropped the gun after the shooting and just sat in a chair until the officers arrived. The wife said that she and her father, the day before the shooting, went to law enforcement to seek the protective order because Ryan had hit her and threatened to grab a gun. She and her father moved the children to McMeekin's home, and he informed his son-in-law that the kids would be staying with him for the weekend. Okay. And the defense says, while apparently not disputing the fact that shots were fired, has offered a different version, saying they said Ryan's wife was cheating on him, and McMeekin was the one who initiated a struggle for a gun. Ryan's defense attorneys also reportedly claim that Ryan only bought a gun to the property to protect himself and that the children did not see any violence. The wife's protective order against Ryan was reportedly dismissed on Monday, and still the judge denied him bail or bond at the hearing. McMeekin was part of the personal injury law firm Fine, Kelly and McMeekin, which operated throughout Maryland. Prosecutors say his death was absolutely needless and only caused by Ryan's anger, also alleging that the defendant admitted to everything. This is so weird. So, okay. And he was still practicing law. Look at that. Yeah. Not nice, right? Horrible. And here's another one. Again, I don't know what the deal is. Is it the economy? Is it the drugs? Is it, I don't know. Texas restaurant owner accused of killing his wife and 2 young children before taking his own life. And the babysitter's call led to the discovery. Family in Houston has been found deceased in what authorities believe is a tragic murder-suicide. Houston Police Department responded to a welfare check request Monday night, and they discovered 4 individuals. Matthew Mitchell, 52, his wife, Thigh Mitchell, 39, and their 2 children, ages 8 and 4. All 4 had sustained apparent gunshot wounds. Investigators alleged that Matthew Mitchell fatally shot his wife and children before turning the weapon on himself. Officials have not yet released a full timeline, stating that details remain under review as detectives work to reconstruct the sequence of events. The welfare check was reportedly initiated by the family's babysitter. When they were unable to reach the household, authorities have not disclosed any prior reports of domestic disturbances that are connected to the family. Matthew and Thigh Mitchell were known locally as the co-owners of Traveler's Table, a restaurant recognized in the Houston dining community. Wow. Social media posts from Thigh Mitchell in the days leading up to the incident show no immediate indication of any distress. One post from a week prior featured a video with her husband captioned, "He thinks we will grow old together. He will, but I'm Asian," followed by, "I didn't have the heart to correct him." Her most recent post showed her shopping for dresses with her daughter ahead of a family wedding. Wow. Crazy. What was, I don't know. What the heck? Susan Smith eligible for parole again after being denied release. Third rescued sloth dies at Central Florida Zoo after Orlando attraction closure. Oh no. Why are they dying? Okay, let's see. Apple to pay $250 million to iPhone buyers over AI features lawsuit. Let's see what else we've got. Okay. Susan Smith. Feels like it was just last year. Was she going up every year? I know that her husband goes there and says, "Don't let her out." Now, I don't know why this picture says all people are innocent until proven guilty, because she has been proven guilty. She was. But it says South Carolina killer mom Susan Smith is back up for parole once again since she was convicted of drowning her 2 young sons. Oh my gosh, I remember this case so well. The 53-year-old who was serving a life sentence for drowning her 2 young sons, that was the John D. Long Lake, right, in 1994, was denied parole in November of 2024. Was that when it was? November? Yeah. Okay. After spending 30 years incarcerated. Now she is once again eligible for parole as she continues to serve a 30-year to life sentence. She strapped her sons, 3-year-old Michael, 14-month-old Alexander, into the back seat of her car and let it roll down a ramp into John D. Long Lake in Union, South Carolina on October 25th, 1994. Smith, who was 22 at the time, watched as it took 6 minutes for the water to fill the car, drown her boys, and sink the car to the bottom of the lake. Remember the little boys? And I this hit me really because my son Michael was about the same age as the baby. And it just if it didn't, I mean, it would kill you normally as a person, as a mother is, but then especially it was like ridiculous. And we were in the church, and the nun was saying, "You've got to be praying for her." And we were like, we just want a moment alone with her, you know. She was convicted of the murders of her 2 children on July 22nd, 1995. And though prosecutors argue that she should receive the death penalty, she was ultimately sentenced to life in prison. In 2024, she was up for parole for the first time and was ultimately denied, with the board citing the nature and seriousness of the crime and Smith's institutional record of offenses. And she said, "I know what I did was horrible. I'm sorry that I put them through that. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I was just scared." Scared? You weren't scared. You were trying to have a relationship with some guy that didn't want kids, so you thought you would just dispose of yours and then say someone else did it and you were carjacked. Stop lying. Okay, let's see here. Hang on a minute. Smith's disciplinary record during her stint in prison was one of the reasons why she was denied a parole hearing in 2025. In August of 2025, she was charged with communicating with a victim and or witness of a crime for speaking with a documentary filmmaker, which was against the prison rules, less than 2 weeks after she had told an unknown male over the phone that she wouldn't talk to the media. That was Smith's first disciplinary action in almost 10 years, and she was convicted of the charge on October 3rd, 2025. Okay, let me see here. If her application for parole is denied this year, she can apply again in 2 years. Her latest hearing is set for November 19th, 2026. Let's see what else we have. Let me see where you guys are. Okay, there you guys are. Hi, Sandra. Uh-oh. What happened to Sandra? What's going on here? Hold on. What's going on? I turned my back for 1 minute. Carolyn doesn't want to work for free. What? What's going on? Hold on. What do we have in here? the heck? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to see who the heck this is here doing this crap. Vuori. You just made your channel September 8th, 2024. Do you have anything better to do, Vuori? Can't you go touch some grass or something? Oh my gosh, you frequently donate. You do not frequently donate anything. Stop. I would never be rude like that. What happened?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, it's the troll again saying, do you want to join me?
Hi, Aldor. Yeah, I see that, but what did Sandra get upset?
She was just wondering what the heck was going on with it.
Oh, okay, because there's a whole bunch of stuff retracted of hers.
Yeah, they don't give up.
Sandra, are you still here?
Yeah, she was just saying I would never be
Aldor.
rude
Hi,
like
Speed.
that, and
I don't know. What is it with these people? You donate. I love it. They're such liars. You did not donate anything, first of all, and I don't know what you're doing coming in here and doing this. This is really really showing how unhinged you people are.
It's nothing. It doesn't bother us. They're making a fool out of themselves.
No, they're showing how unhinged they are and how obsessed they are.
Right. Like, who would even think to take the time to do this? It doesn't make any sense.
Over and over and over and over again.
I mean, most people have no time left in the day, and they're over here doing this. So obviously, they have no life.
I came in to say hello, and the troll came at me. No, the troll's an equal opportunity, harasser. They harass anybody, Sandra. You just happen to be one of the ones they see.
They did it to me too, and Scooter.
Was Scooter here? Scooter was here tonight?
There.
Scooter, are you here? Everybody came in last night to say happy birthday.
We were live, but I mean, like other days, they've done that to me and Scooter, like different times. They just do it to anyone. They're not targeting certain people.
Oh no, they did it to Rosalita too.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. They do that. It's ridiculous.
But hi, handsome. You bought a new jar of mixed nuts. I bought a new jar of mixed nuts yesterday. Why? Yeah, and what the hell is with White Angels saying I eat with my mouth full? That's not true. And whatchamacallit, Binky couldn't hear me. She could only read the chat to vouch for me. But that was just so ridiculously rude.
When was White Angel in? Earlier?
No, last night. And she said, and I literally had a nut like this big, and I don't know how long she thinks it takes for me to chew a nut. But all of a sudden she comes in and she goes, "It's Carolyn, how about not being so rude and don't chew with your mouth full? Weren't you ever taught manners as a child not to do that?" I said, "White Angel, I don't talk with my mouth full." And I thought Evie could hear me. I said, "Evie's gone away with me. Evie, do I talk with my mouth full? You've eaten dinner with me countless times. You've eaten many meals with me." "No, I don't." And then I actually showed her the size of the nut I was taking, and then it was just ridiculous. Thank you, handsome. But yeah, it was very rude, just very rude.
You're fine, Carolyn. I mean, you're human. If you want to eat a snack, who cares? Like,
No, but
yeah,
she was
that's not
saying I'm
appropriate.
sitting there talking with like as if
That she
I have
said,
this big.
you know, she's saying those things.
I'd have if I had a piece of gum, it would have been bigger than that nut. Okay, so people talk when they chew gum. It wouldn't. I mean, it's just ridiculous
God forbid you eat something.
that she said that. I just is so rude, so rude. Not nice.
Not nice. Not nice.
Not nice.
What are you gonna do? We can't please everyone, right?
Right. I can't believe Scooter. Everybody came in to say happy birthday to Scooter.
Yeah, I messaged her and everything.
Well, technically,
She's probably out on
Chris-
the town.
What happened, Al Decor? Chris Watts was a teen when what happened? Chris Watts was a teen when what happened? Another Chris Watts. Oh, was a teen. Well, I don't know what you mean. He wasn't a teenager. He was 34 years old. 30. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know. But I thought, and Scooter said, she said, oh, I was so busy yesterday. But now today it's the third night she hasn't been in. Not nice, Scooter. And all these people came to say happy birthday to you.
I know. Remember when we used to sing it out loud?
Yeah. And everybody came in. They were all like, happy birthday, Scooter. I don't even think she went in the comments. And I said, you know, everybody came in and said happy birthday. And she's like, oh,
Yeah.
I know. I got so busy. But no, today's the 5th. Tomorrow's Linda's birthday.
Oh, nice. Linda, if you're still in here, well, it's actually past 12
Oh,
o'clock
happy
here,
birthday.
so technically.
Oh, and
Happy
it's Margaret's
birthday.
and it's Margaret's birthday too. Linda and Margaret have birthdays today.
Margaret.
Yeah,
Happy birthday.
yeah. You love nuts. Yeah, nuts are good for you. Nature's candy. I know that's raisins. I know I'm just being funny. I'm not usually here on. I haven't been here at this time of year for like the last 4 or 5 years. I don't know. I've been in Edisto, and so tomorrow it's the anniversary of when Ray passed, and so since I'm here, I have rose petals and stuff. I will put them. If it doesn't rain, Jimmy says it's gonna rain, but we'll see. I'll go down to the lake and put them on and maybe do a video. But usually I'm in Edisto at that time.
Carolyn, I think this handsome whatever is a troll.
No, I don't think so.
No? You like shell nuts, it says?
Yeah, the shell nuts with shells, like you crack them. Pretty sure that's what it helps take stress away. Eating nuts, omega-3s. They were in here last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. You were saying you're gonna bring the
Oh yeah, I'll probably do a video and
you're gonna
stuff.
go down to the lake and bring
If it's not raining like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, my chat's not even moving. Let's see. What else? Anyone murders kids should remain in prison. Aldor. Yeah, terrible. But yeah, they didn't. I think everybody knew. Everybody knew that it was going to be the death penalty. But I don't know. People started to get scared when the jury asked those questions.
Mm-hmm.
So what else? It's Mother's Day on Sunday. And what else? So 62, what was the poll about? I forgot. Oh,
The Murdaugh
Murdaugh.
trial.
Oh, 62% say that he's going to get a new trial.
I think so.
Yeah. After Letitia, yeah, I really do. And they say
I
that, it got leaked out and that it is, and it's from more than one person. I don't know. I tend to think, yeah, it's going to be. Where's everybody? If you're where are you guys all chatters? There's like 40 people here, and where is it? Say something, guys. Talk. Put up a 1 if you're still here listening, so we know. Terry, where'd you go? Are you there? Terry.
There's 38 watching, and we have all the likes. So thanks, guys, for hitting the likes.
Where's Scooter? Let's see if Scooter's there.
Scooter said she was feeling tired.
Feeling tired.
Hey, high speed.
And find. Bink, where are you? Are you still in the chat? She can't hear us. I don't know why. She can only read the chat. Yeah, she said that's why she couldn't. I was asking her to tell White Angel something, and she said she can't hear.
Maybe her Bluetooth is on, because that happens on my phone. I have to turn the Bluetooth off. You can't hear if the Bluetooth's on.
So she can't hear a word that I'm saying. Though she did hear the song. I'm so confused. I don't understand. She heard the song because she sent me this really nice message. And the first thing I thought of when I heard the death penalty for the child killer was the Epstein files. How many children? What? I don't know. Amy says, I support you, but most of the time I'm listening and not able to see the chat. Much love to you in the chat. Okay, thanks, Amy. Yeah, I know a lot of people listen and do things. I understand that. But I wanted to hear Amy's Justice League. I wanted to get that name again, what she was talking about. Yeah, but thanks for listening, Amy. Who are you chatting with? I know names but not faces. That's Jen Grill. Jen Grill. How do you... People say Jen Grill.
Yeah. Now I added the Jen because I couldn't stand those numbers on there.
Okay. There's Terry. Really, Terry? In the UK, you don't have the death penalty. Your punishment is weak. Usually they get 20, 25 years. We are soft on criminals here, sadly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, not as soft. I think Australia, I think they get like 10 or 12 years for murder, isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
I wonder if they get out early, too. Like, they're sentenced to 2025, but do they get out on good behavior or anything after 10, 15 years?
I don't know. I know that people were telling me in Australia. It's crazy.
Wow.
I think what else is going. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and if they do some, but the way that was worded, it makes it sound like there's a decision that's going to come down tomorrow or something about Murdaugh. I don't know if there's going to be something tomorrow about it. Once they're done punishment, but
Want to go tonight?
part they could
go up.
get parole. Yes. Okay. Hmm.
Go outside.
I don't know. And that's there's yeah. I don't know. I mean, they've really picked up with executions now. I mean, a lot of the states had a moratorium and stuff on them. I don't know, but Texas always seemed that. But what about Darlie Routier? She's been on death row for a long, long time. Hi, Super Chat Cat. How are you? Good to see you in the chat. What's up? What's up? It's only 12:28. We went on early tonight. It seems like it's very windy. It was windy today when I took a walk. It was like crazy. You're still here? Okay, handsome. Handsome. Where's Planet Damnation? Are you here, Planet Damnation? Where's Margaret? Margaret was here earlier. Margaret, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. I saw a short of you in the car at night and thought you were on your way to Edisto. I guess not. Oh, there's Planet Damnation. Hi.
That's so funny when you mention someone, then they just come in.
Yeah, because sometimes they're just listening. They're like, oh my gosh, they said my name.
Okay.
Super chat, maybe not that night, but soon. Do you think I'm going to Edisto this year, Super Chat, or you don't think I am? I know people are waiting with bated breath, like, oh my gosh, is she leaving tomorrow? Is she leaving the next day? When is she leaving? Why is she leaving late this year? What's going on? Yeah. Let's see.
Linda, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Linda. Let's see. UK prisons are more laid back, too. Okay. Aldor, what's I going to say? And you're in Scotland, right, Aldor? Yes, yes it is, Super Chat. Scotland 5. Okay. Yeah, usually I'm in Edisto for that super chat. Yeah. Usually I've made a wind chime by now and all of that. Not yet. Not yet. So, another story. Well, I told this story about when we played a joke on Michael when Michael ordered this computer off of eBay, and it was supposed to be this really, really nice computer. And so the box came, and Jimmy said, let's play a joke on him. And he took this, like, this really old computer that, like, his sister sent us to see if we could get something off a hard drive. And he put it in the box, and we were all saying, like, oh, Michael's going to know immediately that's not the computer that he got. And when we taped it up, and then they got home from work, and then they went upstairs, and then Ray came down laughing, like, and he laughs like I laugh, like you can't breathe, and you're just, and we said, what is it? And he said, he opened it up, and he's flipping out, and now he's calling the guy and saying, what did you send me? He didn't realize it was a joke, and then we were all dying, and then we're like, Michael, and then we had to tell him, that his real computer was down. Oh my gosh, that was crazy. But yeah. Love. But, it's supposed to rain all day today or not. What else? Tomorrow's May 6th. Yeah, tomorrow's May 6th, and May 7th is the anniversary of my father's death, and May 8th is the anniversary of my mother's death, who died on Mother's Day. So, few rough days. And normally I am in a very different place on those days. You're welcome, Super Chat. So what else is going on? Let's see. Let's see if there's any other news. Still hasn't. It got a little warm today, but authorities respond to Texas shooting. Let's see. Man whose self-defense claim worked the first time he killed someone wasn't so successful when he tried again. Oh boy. Two hikers injured in bear attack at Yellowstone National Park. Yikes. Publication. Woman arrested after driving on the sidewalk toward a child riding a bike. What the heck? Oh, that acupuncturist who killed her children in Massachusetts still has not been extradited. Tide. Missing Coral Springs, Skyly Marino. Coral Springs teen, Skyly Marino. How long has she been missing for? She looks like a probably know. Let's see. Let's put her face out there. Skyly Marino, 15, has been missing from her Coral Springs home for over 2 weeks. Family and advocates are calling on police and elected officials to put more effort into her safe return. She told others she wanted to leave and come home, and she has not been heard from since. We are asking the community to show up and stand up to ensure the situation receives the attention it deserves. Let's see. The action was organized by Mary Ann Marino's mother and Michelle Simmons, who are asking those concerned about the case to arrive at the commission chambers before 6:30 p.m. on May 6th, when elected officials will begin their scheduled session. On Tuesday, Coral Springs released a major update on Marino's whereabouts, including that her last known location was an Orlando hotel where she stayed with an unknown adult male on April 28th. She was reported missing by family members on April 21st following a meetup with an individual from Snapchat. Shai Perry, Marino's sister, said that a friend driving a white Ford Raptor dropped off Marino at Tamarack Cypress Commons Plaza at about 8:30 a.m., where she was supposed to meet a teen or young man that she had been speaking with on Snapchat. And about an hour later, Perry said Marino asked her friend to pick her up, but the friend was unable to do so because they were at school. Her sister said that's what makes her believe that Marino may be in danger. Marino hasn't responded to the messages from her family members since. Police wrote Tuesday that she is taking steps to avoid being located. In the days following Marino's disappearance, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and other organizations have shared her story in response to the family's concerns. Marino's story has since made national news, with support coming from as far away as the UK, Colombia. Coral Springs Police Department continues to classify her as a runaway, but has assigned a detective to the case. Officials say they do not have a reason to believe the 15-year-old is at risk of harm. At this time, while investigators remain concerned that Skylee's actions may be placing her at risk, there's no indication that she has been the victim of a crime. The investigation remains active and ongoing. Marino's mother has previously expressed deep anguish at what she sees as a lack of effort and communication from the police. She's 5'4" inches tall with dark hair, dark eyes, and weighs between 110 and 120 pounds. She has braces and was last seen wearing a black tank top with leggings and a black shark backpack with Jordan 4 sneakers. Investigators say they're working to identify the individual from Snapchat and are asking anyone with information to call Detective Daniel Powers at 954-346-1223 or email dpowers@coralsprings.gov. What happened to this one? A 2-year-old was shot in the head while riding in a car in a national forest. A suspect is released. What? Car involved in a crash that led 2 dead in Monroe County. Okay. Some men say these 15 women's names sound high maintenance. I wonder what they are. Let's see. Let's see what they are. Charlotte. I have an East Charlotte. Let's see. What else? Victoria. See if everybody gets to this. They're wanting everyone. Isabella. Anastasia, Arabella, Penelope, Genevieve. Oh no, that sounds like an imposter. Chanel. Scarlett, Alexandra, that's my daughter. She's not high maintenance. Delilah, that's one of my dogs. Let's see. Come on. Is that it then? Vivian. Okay. I don't even know if that was 10 or whatever. Cruise guest dies in suspected drowning. I stay in the cheapest and most expensive hotel in Miami Beach. Yikes. Okay. Lawyer for man accused of killing his pregnant wife says he cut the... Oh, yeah, this guy. Listen to this. Yeah, this one I got this in the morning too. Said this guy... I get a picture of him or something. Hang on. He fled to Canada and then to Italy, and then they got him back. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's a Texas guy too. There's a lot of stuff happening in Texas. What is going on? Anyway, these two, Lee Morganson Gilly. Let me try to get this in another. Okay, so here's the two. Driving me when it doesn't go over. Why is it not going over? Come on. Well, let's see. We'll have to leave it like that because it's not going to play nice. So, let's get the story on this guy. Okay, so he killed his pregnant wife, and they're from Houston, and he is accused of killing his pregnant wife. Okay, he hasn't been convicted yet, and their unborn baby, and he was on home arrest, with an ankle monitor, and he cut the ankle monitor, and he went to Canada, and he took a flight from Canada to Italy. And then they found him and they extradited him back. And let's see, a judge revoked Gilly's $1 million bond after investigators received a tampering alert from his ankle monitor on Friday. Authorities say attempts to contact him were unsuccessful. And they allege that he strangled his wife, Krista Gilly, at their home in the Heights in 2024. The couple's 2 children were in the house at the time. According to police, Gilly called 911 and reported that his wife had attempted to take her life by overdosing. He told dispatchers he was performing CPR. That was not true because when she got to the hospital, they noticed all this bruising and stuff, and the story didn't ring true at all. And then he was released on bond under strict conditions, including surrendering his passport and remaining in Texas until granted permission to leave. And prosecutors have previously raised concerns that Gilly posed a flight risk. Court filings indicated he requested permission on March 31st to travel to South Carolina to visit his terminally ill mother. Additional court documents filed in recent weeks allege that Gilly had discussed plans to flee the country. Prosecutors say he talked about traveling to Mexico and other countries. Authorities have not said how Gilly was able to leave the United States despite travel restrictions. It remains unclear when he can be returned to the United States. But, then he went to Italy. Crazy. And I think he, shoot. Okay. So, what about Timothy Treadwell? Oh, wait, my stuff didn't, Oh, there's Amy. What'd she say? Mommy Ramblings, when you have time, which I doubt you ever do, look up the murder of McKay Everett, Conroe, Texas, and then we'll talk about, oh, let me see it. I'll look it up right now. That's the one that you saw the execution or something? That was meant to be a compliment of how much time you take preparing for life. Okay, let me see. Is that a, let me get this thing down here. I mean, this picture. There we go. Let me look it up. Oh, let's see. 12-year-old's 1995 murder. Okay. After 12-year-old McKay Everett, hold on a second here. Let me see what happened here. Is this? What is this? Victim's father is self-employed and has an estimated net worth of approximately $2 million. Their residence is located in a neighborhood of homes over 300,000. However, several interviews that have been conducted reflect that the Everetts may be experiencing some financial difficulty. This was evidenced by an interview with his lawn service that stated Everett has not paid his bill in 4 months. Comments from other associates of the victim's family also indicate some financial difficulties may exist. Everett is scheduled to be polygraphed. Young Carl and Paulette Everett. Baby McKay at the piano. On September 13th, 1995, it was learned from the maid of the Everetts that they were slow about paying her. She also reported that there wasn't always food in the household. She felt that Carl Everett seemed to play with his son and that McKay Everett would never open the door to a stranger. He was a very bright young man. She further reported that a family friend of the Everetts was Ricky, in his early 30s, about 6'1", with a receding hairline and green eyes. His mother owned a 4-door car that may be gold or champagne in color. Ricky was described as a man with feminine tendencies who may be homosexual. Ricky was very close to the family and even paid her salary once when the Everetts were away. The maid felt that Ricky could gain easy access to the Everetts' home. So I don't know what happened here. Let me see here. What happened, Amy? I'm trying. There was a child that was abducted and killed by a friend. Is that what happened? The kidnapping and murder of McKay, my only child, was abducted and murdered by an adult family friend named Hilton Crawford. Oh, that's who you went. Okay. Here's a ransom transcript. Let me see. All right, let's see what this says. From the FBI, Houston to Director of FBI Quantico. 24 hours after McKay Everett was kidnapped, the FBI wrote a report summarizing the facts of the case. I guess this is the report. On September 12, 1995, Samuel McKay Everett was abducted it's a boy, from his residence at 431 Pine Springs Court, Conroe, Texas. Why do I know Conroe, Texas, or something else? At approximately 8:30 p.m. Central Time, victim is a white male born March 1st, 1983. He is 5'1", 100 pounds. So he was 12, right? No. Wait a minute. Yeah, 12. Okay, victim has light blue eyes and light brown hair and has braces on his teeth with light blue rubber bands. Victim's parents, Carl and Paulette Everett, were at an Amway meeting. Oh my gosh, Amway. Is that even in existence anymore? That's like the first MLM ever, right? Amway? Remember there was a whole murder about Amway. Remember that one? Oh gosh, I forget. It was like on a 48 Hours or something about Amway. Something happened in an yeah. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember where it was. Might have even been in like Troy, New York or something. I'm thinking, I forget what it was again, but it was centered around Amway. So they were at an Amway meeting, and when the victim was taken. After this meeting, parents went to a local restaurant, and the father attempted to telephone his son and didn't get him. According to the father, he advised his wife that he was going to go home and check on their son. Shortly after he arrived home, he received a telephone call from who he believed to be a white female, 30 to 40 years old, with a raspy voice, who advised, if you want to see your son alive, get $500,000 in $100 bills. Mr. Everett asked to speak with his son, and her response was, if you ever want to see your son again, you better not call the law or make a big deal. Mr. Everett demanded to speak with McKay again, and the caller hung up. As of midnight, September 13th, 1995, there have been no calls or contact from subjects. Hold on. Interviews with the father have resulted in few leads. One neighbor who resides across the street from the victim observed a gold or fawn-colored Chrysler or Dodge vehicle depart from the victim's residence at approximately 8:35 p.m. in a high state of speed. The witness observed this Crown Automobile dealership sticker attached to the rear of the car. Crown is a Chrysler Dodge dealership. What is that in the Houston area. The victim's father is self-employed and has an estimated net worth of about $2 million. However, several interviews have been conducted that reflect the Everetts may be experiencing some financial difficulty, and I just went through that with you guys. Hold on a sec. I don't know what that is. Okay. Wait a minute, this is not letting me do this. Okay. That they may have financial difficulties. You went through that. I just read you that part, so let's skip. And then it says that Everett is scheduled to be polygraphed. Oh gosh, this page is giving me trouble. Let me get all these other tabs over here shut down. I don't think I've ever heard about this case, Amy, and I'm trying to read about it, and it's given me a problem. Okay, let's see if it works now. Accept all. It doesn't want. Stupid thing. Okay, let me look over here. McKay Everett. Hilton Lewis Crawford. Okay, let's see what this is now coming up. Okay. On September 12, 1995, 12-year-old Samuel McKay Everett was home alone with his parents when his parents attended an Amway meeting. After the meeting, McKay's father, Carl, made several calls to his house that went unanswered. Concerned, he left his wife at the restaurant, and he made the 10-minute drive home. Upon arriving, the phone rang. A woman's voice on the other end of the line told Everett, "We got your son." She proceeded to demand $500,000, warned him not to call the police, and said he would receive another phone call in the morning, although no subsequent call was ever received. After the call ended, Everett dialed 911, then contacted his wife, and finally called a family friend, Hilton Crawford, whom he knew had prior experience in law enforcement. A police investigation led to Crawford's car, where bloodstains were discovered inside the trunk and on the back bumper. The blood was conclusively determined to belong to the victim. Cellular phone records were traced from Crawford's to Irene Flores on the night of the abduction. Her information provided in the probable cause necessary to obtain a warrant for Crawford's arrest. Crawford was arrested on the morning of September 15, 1995. The next day, while in the Montgomery County Jail, Crawford drew a map that led authorities to the victim's body. 4 days later in Louisiana, Crawford admitted involvement in the boy's abduction, but he denied killing McKay, who knew him by the pet name Uncle Hilty. Crawford claimed that the murder was committed by a man he knew as R.I. Remington. Due to the extensive decomposition, some disagreement arose as to the exact cause of death. Those experts consulted, however, agreed that the death resulted from either a gunshot wound to the head or a blunt force trauma, or a combination of both. Flores pled guilty to kidnapping and was sentenced to 25-year imprisonment term. Let me see here now. He was executed July 2nd, 2023 by lethal injection in Texas. Let's see. His final meal: 12 beef ribs, 3 enchiladas, chicken fried steak with cream gravy, crisp bacon sandwich, ketchup, a loaf of bread, cobbler, 3 Cokes, 3 root beers, French fries, and onion rings. Wow. First of all, I would like to ask Sister Teresa, his final words, to send Connie a yellow rose. I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for the years I have spent on death row. They have been a blessing in my life. I have had the opportunity to serve Jesus Christ, and I am thankful for the opportunity. I would like to thank Father Walsh for having become a Franciscan, and all the people all over the world who have become my friends. It has been a wonderful experience in my life. I would like to thank Chaplain Lopez and my witnesses for giving me their love and their support and love. I would like to thank the nuns in England for their support. I want to tell my sons I love them. I have always loved them. They were the greatest gift from God. I want to tell my witnesses, Tanny, Rebecca, Al, Leo, and Dr. Blackwell, that I love all of you, and I'm thankful for your support. I want to ask Paulette for forgiveness from your heart. One day, I hope you will. It is a tragedy for my family and your family. I am sorry. My special angel, I love you, and I love you, Connie. May God pass to the... Okay. And he said, I am ready. All right, now. Facts of the crime. Here we go. Okay, so police were able to estimate that the abduction occurred at approximately 8:30 p.m. McKay was talking on the phone with his friend, Elizabeth Schaefer, just moments before he was taken. Schaefer had noticed the time just before she was informed by McKay that someone was at the door. Schaefer heard him set the phone down, and through the receiver she heard a door open. And during this time, Bill Kahn, a neighbor across the street, was placing his garbage cans at the end of his driveway, and he saw a car pull into the driveway of the Everett's home. As Kahn walked back to his own house, he heard no sounds out of the ordinary and never saw any indications of a disturbance. He walked back to the foot of his driveway with more trash and noticed the same car quickly pull out of the driveway and drive off. Kahn was able to identify the color, make, and model of the car and also noticed a sticker with an emblem that read Crown Motors affixed to the car's back end. An hour and a half later, McKay's parents finished their meeting and decided to talk with friends at a nearby restaurant. Carl Everett, the victim's father, we heard that part of it. Okay. Although no significant physical evidence could be found at the victim's home, the investigation by the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department and the FBI quickly narrowed its focus upon Crawford. His car was identical to the vehicle that Bill Kahn noticed in the Everett's driveway the night of the abduction. Investigators noticed Crawford's car had been thoroughly cleaned, both inside and out. The cloth lining in the trunk had been removed, and there were indications that part of the Crown Motors sticker had recently been removed. Based on these observations, the agents confiscated Crawford's car. Upon closer inspection, blood stains and blood spatter patterns were discovered inside the trunk and on the exterior near the car's back bumper. The blood was conclusively determined to belong to the victim. The pattern of blood spatter indicated that the victim had received at least 2 significant blows while inside the trunk of the car. Investigators were able to track Crawford's movements on the night of the abduction through cell phone records and gasoline and hotel receipts. Police and FBI agents determined that Crawford had contacted several employees of the security company he helped manage and tried to enlist their cooperation to fabricate an alibi. Investigators tracked Crawford's movements the day after the abduction and found that he visited a friend, Billy Allen. Through subterfuge, Crawford had convinced Allen to help him clean the blood from his car and remove and dispose of the trunk's lining and hold on to various items, including a blood-stained .45 caliber handgun. And based on Crawford's cellular phone warrant for Crawford's arrest, Crawford was arrested on the morning of September 15, 1995. The next day, while in Montgomery County Jail, Crawford agreed to help draw a map, which he said was instigated and ultimately committed by a man he said he knew as R.L. Remington. Crawford sent searchers would be down, and they'd be able to find the bullet casings, the 2 slugs, and an unspent bullet at the body site. Due to the extensive decomposition, some disagreement arose as to the exact cause of death. Those experts consulted, however, agreed the death resulted from either a gunshot wound to the head or blunt force trauma, or a combination of both. Let's see here. McKay Everett was kidnapped, beaten, and shot to death because the boy and his parents trusted Hilton L. Crawford completely, a prosecutor told jurors in Crawford's capital murder trial. The case is about the ultimate betrayal, Nancy Neff said in opening day of Crawford's trial on capital murder charges. With that, Neff and fellow Montgomery County prosecutor Mike Adudel called on the 12-year-old's parents, Carl and Paulette Everett of Conroe, for their testimony supporting the accusation that Crawford tried to cash in on the family's trust in the kidnapping scheme. In an often tearful recollection of September 12, 1995, the day McKay was snatched from the home while his parents attended an Amway sales meeting, Mrs. Everett and Crawford said Crawford called her a few hours before the meeting and asked if she and her husband still planned to attend. She said Crawford, who had been recruited into Amway by her husband, told her he was planning to bring 2 or 3 other people, whose names she did not recall, but the Everetts and the other witnesses noted Crawford was a no-show at the meeting, which was being held especially for him. Neff suggested to jurors that the call to Paulette was a ploy by Crawford to make sure that McKay would be at home so that he could carry out the kidnapping plan involving a $500,000 ransom. McKay Everett is dead because Hilton Crawford wanted $500,000. Neff told the 8 women and 4 men on the jury. It was believed that Crawford struck the 100-pound boy on the head with multiple crushing blows while the child was in the trunk of Crawford's car and later shot him in southern Louisiana, where the boy was found in a patch of weeds. 4 days later, he had been left to rot in Louisiana, Neff said of McKay's badly decomposed body. Crawford admitted involvement in the boy's abduction, but he denied killing McKay, who knew him by the pet name Uncle Hilty. Okay, we went on this one. Crawford, let's see. McKay's parents said the boy trusted Crawford so much that he was one of the few people McKay would have allowed into the house while they were away by unlocking the doors and deactivating a sophisticated security system. Mrs. Everett said the relationship that she and her husband had with Crawford and his wife, Connie, began when the 2 women met and taught school together at Rice Elementary in Conroe 15 years ago. Mrs. Everett said she quit teaching to stay at home after McKay was born. Asked by Neff if the Crawfords had remained friends with her family through the years, Mrs. Everett replied, "I thought they were." A woman accused of helping in the abduction and murder was sentenced to 25 years in prison after pleading no contest to kidnapping. Irene Flores was originally charged with capital murder in the death of McKay Everett, a 7th grader who was snatched from his home on September 12, 1995. But prosecutors reduced the charge to kidnapping. Didn't we just have something where they had a Matthew Everett somewhere in a case we just went over? They just said something about a Matthew Everett. Okay. Flores, a 55-year-old mother of 4, pled guilty. Edwards told her he considered her plea to be guilty rather than no contest and imposed the 25-year term. She will not be eligible for parole for at least 12 and a half years. Okay. Flores was accused of placing a ransom call to the victim's parents on the night of the kidnapping, telling Carl Everett he must pay $500,000 to get his son back. The boy's body was later found in a swamp about 15 miles east of Lafayette, Louisiana. He had been beaten and shot to death. Hilton Crawford, a longtime friend of the Everett family, is on death row for the killing after the 1996 capital murder conviction. Prosecutors say the 58-year-old who the boy knew as Uncle Hilty fell in some hard times before deciding to kidnap his friend's son. He killed the boy when the plan began to unravel. Flores was on parole after a drug conviction when she placed the ransom call. She has maintained since her arrest that Crawford duped her into making the call and that she thought McKay would not be harmed. Having a weird flashback of something. Okay. Thinking that someone that I don't know, just had a weird thing. McKay's father addressed Flores in the courtroom, telling her that she was as much to blame as Crawford for the boy's death. Hilton killed McKay, said Carl Everett. Irene Flores can sit here today and plead no contest. So she's pled no contest, not guilty, to a lesser charge, but she is just as guilty of killing McKay as Hilton. You took an active part in the killing of a child. You crossed over a boundary that you can never come back from. You are no good. Prosecutors in the Everett family had agreed to the lesser charges for Flores. Who is McKay Everett? He was born March 1st, 1983, in a labor so difficult for his mother that his father worried about losing his wife. At the time of his death, McKay was a 7th grader at Pete Junior High, weighing only 101 pounds and topping 5 feet by just an inch. His eyes were blue, his hair light brown. He had braces on his teeth. He had no brothers or sisters. He liked going to camp and he liked to play sports. Hilton Crawford knew all this. He had given McKay a football not long before snatching the boy from the house. The football was clutched at a press conference by Carl Everett as he pleaded for his son's safe return. I want to take this opportunity to talk to Hilton, who is someone that my family has loved dearly, Everett said that day. Hilty, something's happened, and I don't know what's happened, but there's been a lot of people involved, and there's one still missing, and that's McKay. In my heart, I know that you would never harm my son. You gave him this ball. He called you Uncle Hilty, and he loved you dearly. 3 weeks ago, we were at your home playing with this ball, and when we got ready to leave, I told McKay, go give Uncle Hilty a hug. And he came over and he hugged you, and he kissed you on the forehead. Convicted killer Hilton Crawford, fondly known to the 12-year-old victim as Uncle Hilty, was executed Wednesday evening for the abduction and slaying of a Conroe boy almost 8 years ago. Crawford nodded and smiled to witnesses, asking for forgiveness and expressing love for his family. Okay. Then he said all that stuff, and then he said, I'm ready. He said just before the dose of lethal drugs, he nodded and gasped before losing consciousness. He was pronounced dead at 6:19, 8 minutes after the drugs began to flow. He was executed by lethal injection on July 2nd, 2003 in Huntsville, Texas. On the evening of the 12th of September 1995 in Conroe, Crawford, then 56, placed 2 phone calls to his friends, Carl and Paulette Everett. He had invited them to a home business franchise meeting and was calling to confirm their attendance. Crawford, however, did not show up to the meeting. Instead, while the Everetts were away, he went to their home. Crawford knocked on the front door, and the Everetts' only child, 12-year-old McKay, opened it to see the family friend he knew as Uncle Hilty. Crawford then knocked McKay on the head with a blunt object, locked him in the trunk of his car, and drove off towards Louisiana. After their meeting, the Everetts went out to dinner with some friends after making phone calls. Okay, we heard this part again. In Louisiana, Crawford drove to a remote area and removed McKay from the trunk. According to prosecutors, Crawford shot McKay twice in the head with a .45 caliber pistol. He then left McKay's body in a swamp. Afterwards, he returned home to Texas, hiding his pistol, his bloody clothes, and other evidence along the way. Bill Kahn, a neighbor, told investigators that on the night of the abduction, he saw the car pull in the Everett's driveway and then quickly drive away. Okay, yeah. And then, let's see, Crawford was arrested on the 15th of September, but he would not tell them where the boy was or whether he was alive. The next day, he drew a map for police and gave them directions to the precise location where the boy's body could be found. He admitted striking McKay, but said that a man named R.L. Remington fired the gun. Police made a composite drawing of Remington based on Crawford's description. Remington was never found, and it wasn't long before investigators decided that he never existed. During the investigation, a man came to the FBI saying that he met Crawford at a Houston horse racing track and that Crawford dropped hints to him when he needed help carrying out a plan involving a boy. The man refused to become involved. According to Mike Adudel, the Montgomery assistant district attorney who prosecuted Crawford, the man who came forward was the basis for Crawford's physical description of R.L. Remington. Hilton Crawford was a member of the Beaumont Police Force from 1961 to 1966. He was a Jefferson County Sheriff's deputy from 1966 to 1975. After an unsuccessful campaign for sheriff in 1975, Crawford moved to Conroe in Montgomery County and started his own private security business, which was unsuccessful. He had no prior criminal history. Because of the intense publicity and public outrage surrounding the case, Crawford's trial was transferred to Huntsville in Walker County. Prosecutors told the jury that Crawford devised the kidnapping scheme to cover huge gambling debts and pay for a lavish lifestyle, which continued even as his business failed. A jury convicted Crawford of capital murder in 1996 and sentenced him to death. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed the conviction and sentence in February of 1999. All of his subsequent appeals in state and federal court were denied. Irene Flores, 52, a former employee of Crawford's who was to receive $25,000 from him for making the ransom calls, said that she never thought McKay would be harmed. She pled no contest to aggravated kidnapping and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. She's eligible for parole in 2008. And after the murder, Paulette Everett suffered a stroke, and she and her husband divorced. She remarried as Paulette Norman and went through 3 years of physical therapy while Carl Everett kept a low public profile. Paulette started the McKay Foundation to raise awareness of child safety. The greatest thing I can contribute is this story of what happened and hope people can look at me and hear my story and have an awareness, she told a reporter. On death row, fellow inmates called Crawford not Uncle Hilty, but rather Old Man. In an interview, he explained how he became so desperate as to kidnap the child of family friends. He said that he sold his security firm and was awaiting the proceeds, but the buyers sold the business to his second group, and his plans collapsed. The new owners, some Nigerians, ignored debts owed to Crawford and failed to pay the firm's employees. These had been my people, so I decided to pay them myself, he said. He borrowed so much money, he was $450,000 in debt. I guess I could have gone to my family for help. I could have struggled. I should have, but I didn't. I made a wrong decision in my life. I really messed up by being involved. I'm really sorry. He still claimed that R.L. Remington killed McKay. I met him at a racetrack in Bossier City, Louisiana. Crawford said, I gave him a business card. He knew all about the security business. According to Crawford, Remington told him that he'd done this before, that no one would get hurt. He said that he waited in his car while Remington abducted McKay. When Irene Flores failed to make any follow-up phone calls to provide ransom instructions, Remington shot McKay. What happened wasn't supposed to happen, Crawford said. Other people connected to the case believe that Remington never existed. Remington is in Hilton Crawford's head, said the assistant district attorney. Paulette Norman told an interviewer, I think R.L. Remington is his pistol, and it's his way to dissociate himself with what he did. Crawford, however, never wavered from his account. "I know where Remington is," he told a reporter. "He's in France. I've got an address." Then he added cryptically, "It will all be made clear and information to be released after I die." Under Texas law, a person can be convicted of capital murder if the jury finds him to be responsible for the victim's death, even if he is not the person who actually inflicted the fatal injury. Crawford's lawyer, Roy Greenwood, acknowledged that even if Crawford had an accomplice who pulled the trigger, that wouldn't disqualify his capital murder conviction. He's not innocent. He was a party to the kidnapping, capital murder. Crawford said that he was emotionally and spiritually prepared for his upcoming execution. "I've got peace in my heart," he said. "I'm fine. I really am. I've been thankful for living as long as I did. I feel sorry for all of those who have been here for 20, 25 years. He had hoped that Pauline Norman would forgive him, although if I was on the other side, I don't know if I could." At his execution, Crawford thanked his family, friends, and spiritual advisors who supported him, and he expressed love to his family. He also thanked the Lord Jesus Christ for the years he has spent on death row. Then turning his head towards Norman, he said, "I want to ask Paulette for forgiveness from your heart. One day, I hope you will. It is a tragedy for my family and your family. I am sorry." He finished, okay, let's see. "His gesture doesn't mean anything to me," Norman said after the execution. She told reporters that Crawford's last statement showed his desire to detach himself from murdering her son. "I'm not surprised he didn't refer to McKay. He always referred to him at his trial as the boy. Forgiveness," she said, "is God's job." Uncle Hilty executed for 95 Conroe murder. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see. Uncle Hilty returns to Huntsville. On July 19, 1996, Hilton Crawford was convicted by a Walker County jury for the murder of 12-year-old McKay Everett of Conroe. 7 years later, Crawford will be back in Huntsville to serve the final punishment for his crime. He will be executed Wednesday evening in the Huntsville Walls Unit. That's the thing I showed you before. McKay, to this day, he claims he's innocent. Paulette Everett Norman, McKay's mother, will witness Wednesday's execution. Since her son's death, she has suffered a stroke, gotten a divorce, and undergone years of physical and emotional therapy. "For years, I said I wouldn't witness the execution," she said. "It's not that I am against the death penalty. I think there are just some things in life you do that warrant that kind of punishment. I realized that I was avoiding part of the process. Even though I don't like being put in this set of circumstances, the fact is I'm in this set of circumstances, and if I run from it, that's just not good." Okay, that'll be going through that part again. Okay, let me see if... All right, so let's see. Okay, so Amy says when... All right, let me see if Amy said anything. "Sorry, I didn't mean to take over." You didn't take over. That was interesting. If you ever find the podcast... Okay, a Fisher cat is screaming outside. Oh, boy. Conroe is your town. And you went to this execution? You went to this execution, Amy? I want to find a picture of the little boy that was killed. Let me see. I don't know. I had so many weird, like, deja vu things in there, like something they said. I'm like, oh my gosh, I think one of my moderators did that. I'm like, what? I don't even know. And then there was something else that, didn't we just talk about a Matthew Everett in something? In one of the cases tonight, a Matthew Everett. And I can't think about which one it was now. Oh, it was a TV episode called Satan Walking. Which is that one that, remember the movie that guy that killed Athena said he was in? It was Satan something. Remember? I wrote it down in my notes somewhere. Hold on a second. Trying to get a picture of the boy that was killed. Okay. See, I'm getting deja vu with the name McKay, too. McKay. Oh, see? Carl Everett. Wait, you just told me we started reading something about Carl Everett a while ago, right? Yeah. And there were wedding pictures. Did we ever talk about this, Amy? Yeah, this is the thing about that we were just... Hold on a minute. This was the Everett's house. Let's see if we can get that over there. Yeah, because I just started to read that about Mr. and Mrs. Schaefer advised us that they knew nothing that could help us in this investigation. They did advise, however, that their neighbor, Connie Crawford, had been receiving phone calls about McKay and his whereabouts. Maybe I did read something about Matthew Everett over there. Trying to get a picture of the little boy. Oh, here they are. So were they older when they had this child? Seems like that may be the case, and then that was probably like their... Let's see. cute kid. It was 1995 when he was killed. Oh, yeah, who was the? Yeah, we did read something about the maid saying somebody was effeminate. Remember? That was this case. Why does it seem like it was another case that it was so long ago? See, that scares the crap out of me. We were just reading it. Didn't I just... Yeah. I think so. Oh my gosh. I was reading it, right? Oh my gosh. Let's see what this says. Okay, so here's some more stuff from, I guess, the Discovery. This was the kidnapper's home. And let's see, it says... The FBI gathered down the street from Hilton's home at the elementary school where Hilton's wife taught. Concerned Hilton might barricade himself inside and transform the arrest into a shootout, they decided to wait for him to leave for work. As Crawford walked out of his front door, agents sped down his street, blocked his driveway, and made the arrest. This is him. I guess then, but this is the guy that the maid said was a I don't know, I have to go back in that thing. I feel like there was another case, but it was this, I guess. Let's see. Scares me because it feels like that was a long time ago. I'm losing it. They handcuffed Hilton and brought him inside for questioning. To try to get him to talk to me, I was developing a theme that his wife and kids live in the community, said FBI agent Bob Lee, and how she was going to be perceived in the community depended in a large part on how he reacted right now, and he was cold, had no effect on him. Before long, Hilton asked for a lawyer, so the questioning stopped, but officers searched Hilton and his home, and they found a number of concerning items, including a shotgun and a revolver. They also found 2 cell phones and a pager and a folder that contained dozens of credit cards and credit card statements that had been taken out in variations of Hilton's names and his son's names. In Hilton's pockets, they found crumpled pieces of paper with a telephone number scrawled in it. The number belonged to a man named Billy Allen. The FBI sent an agent to interview Allen, who at first said he knew Hilton Crawford through horse racing, but he didn't know anything about McKay or the kidnapping. But 5 minutes later, after the agent left, Allen called him back. Allen said he hadn't been completely honest, and after consulting with his wife, he decided to come clean. Allen said the morning after McKay disappeared, he returned home from an errand around 7:30, and his wife told him Hilton had called trying to reach him. Allen called Hilton's home and got through to Hilton's wife, Connie, who Allen said gave him a number where he could reach Hilton. Allen later testified about this in court. And what did you ask Connie Crawford? Allen said, I just told her Hilton was trying to call me. I thought he was. He was. I didn't know where he was. I thought he was home, and she said she had a phone number where I could reach him. She had a phone number where you could reach him? That's what she said, yes, and she gave me a phone number, and I called that phone number, but I didn't get an answer. Was it a pager number or a phone number, if you know? I can't tell you. I don't know. Alan didn't get through to Hilton when he called the number, so he went to work at the storage facility in Lumberton that he owned. He said a while later, Hilton showed up there and said he needed to store something. Alan told him that he had a personal locker that was open already, and he told Hilton he was free to store whatever he needed in there. Alan was good friends with Hilton. He got Hilton into horse racing the year before and helped him get a horse, and Hilton had given Alan's children and stepchildren jobs at his security community, so Alan may have felt like he owed Hilton a favor. Hilton told Alan a bizarre story. Hilton said he'd gotten himself into a jam. He hired a guard that wasn't certified to carry a gun, but he cut corners around and he gave the guard his own gun. Then, as luck would have it, there was a break-in and a shootout. Alan said Hilton told him the guard was nicked in the arm. It wasn't bad enough that he needed to go to the hospital, but it was bloody, and he called Hilton to drive him to his parents' house. Hilton said he had the man ride in the trunk of the car so he wouldn't get blood stains on the car's upholstery, but there were now blood stains in the trunk. Hilton told Alan he was worried that if anybody found out he'd given the guard his gun, he could lose his security business. Alan said the two drove to a Walmart and bought a cleaning chemical to clean the blood stains. They drove back and parked in a more secluded part of the storage facility where Hilton opened up the trunk, but the cleaner didn't work. So instead, Hilton pulled the carpet out of his trunk. Okay, now is Mr. Crawford able to get the spots of blood out of the pad, the carpet pad, or the lining of the trunk when he's trying to do it with the substance he had bought at Walmart? No. What does he do then? That's when he asked me if we could find a screwdriver to take the lining out. I also got tools in my truck, so I gave him one. Alan said that after Hilton peeled out the trunk lining, he asked Alan to store a large green bag that Hilton handed Alan a bottle of champagne wrapped in a towel and told Alan to give it to his wife. Alan told the FBI agents the next day he'd gone back and looked inside the green bag, and inside it was a .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol. The Smith & Wesson model 645 .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol that Billy Allen said Hilton had left at his storage site. McKay's parents were devastated to learn that McKay had been kidnapped by a close family friend, but it gave them hope. Surely Crawford, the man McKay called Uncle Hilty, would not have hurt McKay. Paulette went to speak with Hilton's wife, Connie, who Paulette had taught first grade next to in the school building years earlier. Paulette urged her to go to the prison and plead with Hilton to let them know where McKay was. But it was a strange encounter, one that took on additional meaning as time progressed, and at the time, Connie was staying at her sister Anne Marie's house. Months later, FBI asked Anne Marie to recount her memories of this encounter between Connie and Paulette. And then she wrote it down. Let me see what it says here. On Saturday, September 16th, Paulette Everett, a neighbor of hers, appeared in my driveway. The neighbor... It's hard, she's writing. The neighbor came in first and told us Paulette was in the driveway. When my sister Connie heard, then she ran out to greet her. They hugged and cried. Connie had been wanting to contact the Everetts, but was advised against it. It was a very dramatic meeting at which my sister Connie was hysterical. Okay, she kept screaming that McKay was dead, and why didn't Hilton just kill himself? She was merely going on an assumption because detectives had told her about the trunk lining being bloody, and she had heard about the lining of the trunk being found at a storage building and Hilton's gun. Later that day, she was encouraged that McKay could be alive because Hilton told her boy Chris and Kevin that McKay would be sent home on a something. Okay. FBI says this interview took place at Montgomery County office in Conroe, Texas, immediately following. It was Kevin and Christopher Crawford and their father, Hilton Crawford, who's incarcerated. Kevin Crawford then furnished the following information. He spoke with his father behind a glass partition through which he could view his father. He and his brother had to pass a telephone back and forth in order to converse with their father. He indicated that it was a brief visit that was concluded by a jail deputy. At the outset of the interview, Kevin Crawford indicated that his brother Christopher first spoke with their father and indicated that they spoke mainly of immediate family and financial needs. Shortly thereafter, Kevin had the opportunity to speak in more detail with their father with regard to the circumstances surrounding their father's involvement with the kidnapping of Samuel McKay Everett. He indicated that his father was sorry and embarrassed about the difficulties he had caused his family. Kevin said his father told him that he had made a mistake and was grief-stricken. Kevin indicated that his father told him during this visit that he had first met an individual named R.L. Remington at the Louisiana Downs racetrack located just outside Shreveport, Louisiana, in a town called Bossier City. His father told him that Remington approached him on several occasions and told him that he had a group which had executed a series of successful kidnappings which always ended with the return of the kidnapped victim. His father also told him that he had never telephoned Remington and that any time they spoke on the telephone, Remington always called him. It was Kevin's understanding that his father never really knew Remington's identity and that the name R.L. Remington may have been a fake name. At Remington's continued urging, Hilton Crawford indicated that he had undertaken McKay Everett's kidnapping. Kevin Crawford said his father told him that he and another individual not further identified had gone to the Everett's residence. Hilton told Kevin that. Hold on a minute, I dropped something. I gotta find it. Okay. Where was I? That another individual not further identified had gone to the Everett's residence. Hilton told Kevin that the other individual, who was dressed as a police officer, grabbed McKay, put a hood over his head, and threw him into the trunk of their automobile. Kevin stated that his father told him McKay never saw Hilton during the abduction. After grabbing the child, they drove straight to Lafayette, Louisiana, where the child was passed to a high-dollar maroon automobile bearing a phonetic Thibodeau Motors dealer insignia. Kevin Crawford said his father told him that it was his understanding that the child was to be taken to New Orleans, Louisiana. His father also told him that McKay Everett suffered one cut on his arm while held in the trunk. His father also told him that it had been planned that the boy would be put on a bus and sent home in the event the kidnapping did not go as expected. Kevin Crawford said that his father told him the boy was supposed to be put on a bus home tomorrow, Sunday, September 17, 1995, or the next day. In addition to the above, Kevin Crawford also said his father apologized to him for using 4 of his credit cards. Kevin said he did not know the time frame that his father had used the credit cards or which cards he had used. When asked whether he knew the name John Powell, Kevin said that Powell was a very well known and well off because he owned the Conn's chain of stores. Kevin also indicated that John Powell, a dear lease. He indicated that John Powell, a dear lease, but he was not certain as to whether this was actually the case. However, Kevin stated to his knowledge his father had only been duck hunting one time 10 to 12 years ago. Kevin said that his father used to go approximately once a year. Kevin had no knowledge of the locations of either the fishing trips or the one hunting trip. Kevin indicated that his father hates the outdoors and would rather stand on concrete than dirt. FBI report of what Kevin told. Okay. Hilton told them that McKay was still alive in New Orleans. He'd be sent home on a bus. There's the football. Crazy. So let's see. What's the matter? I am sorry. They're not taking over. It's fine. Scooter's been ditching all of us. Don't worry about it, Terry. She's too busy for us. She has too much on her plate. We're not a priority, Terry. Not a priority. Okay, let me see now here. Yes, I will. As standing outside, there's always about 200, but you have to be or press. Oh, okay. You were standing outside. I get it. Okay. Was he an age of like one of your boys or something? I'm trying to think. Did any of your boys go to school with him, Amy? I'm trying to think. Wait, how? It was 1995, so, he was born in 83? Yeah, he would have been younger than any of my kids, so I doubt it then. 83, I was still in school myself, so, okay. I got my answer. Don't worry about it. I did the math. I bet you. Let me see. Carl and Paulette. Wait a minute. Oh, Paulette. Yeah, that's the. They met in the summer of '69 when they were both teenagers. Carl had a friend who was dating Paulette's younger sister. Okay, so they met in March of 93. They had McKay. At the time, Paulette was 19 and Carl was 15. Wait a minute. They got married, graduated college, but there's 4 years between them. How could... Oh yeah, here's the maid. Okay, what did the maid say? See, I did read it. It was learned that from the maid of the Everetts that they were slow about paying her, right? Okay, Ricky. I don't know that one. Okay, that's Ricky. It was a different person. Okay, but I think there was a Matthew Everett, somebody said. I just read something about a Matthew Everett. No, she was 31 when she gave birth. Okay. Let's see here. There's quite a few things on this case. Wow. Now I just have to figure out what I said about a Matthew Everett. Must have been in one of the other stories I was talking about. There's a lot on this case, huh? So the guy, that's crazy. Let me see here. Hallelujah. McKay. Hallelujah. The Samuel McKay Everett Foundation. Paula Everett wrote a book, Waltz with Insanity, about her experience and recovery from grief. More important, she has created this safety program for children after her late son. Family or press to witness. Okay, you're still on that. Family or press to witness. All right. I'll have to look into that more and see, get all the documents arranged in the right order. Let's see here. Let's see. She said that in the aftermath of her son's murder, she was devastated and angry too and wanted to make someone pay. I wanted to hurt somebody. I make no bones about that. Dr. Catherine Shearer, psychiatrist, says, there is often a mix of emotions following the death of a loved one. We not only feel sadness, we often feel guilt. We could have maybe done something to prevent the deaths. You know, there's a lot of what we call caregiver self-blame, and then there's anger at the universe or anger at somebody. In addition to her grief, Paulette was recovering from a stroke. Left her temporarily paralyzed. She could barely talk. Took all her effort to do everyday tasks. Oh, and then she said, well, her whole life was upside down. Connie, the killer's wife, was just moving on with her life. Let me see. She said that she had 2 palm trees in her front yard, the killer's wife, and that she took really good care of them. I wouldn't have sense enough to get out there and worry about covering them up in winter. Paulette thought about how Carl had called Connie on the night of the kidnapping. She didn't know how to get in touch with Hilton. Paulette wondered whether Connie was trying to cover for him. So in a deposition about a year later for a civil trial where she said Hilton told her she didn't need a cell phone. So let's see. I didn't know how to contact Hilton. Okay. Did Hilton have a pager? Yes. This is Connie's deposition. Did Hilton have a mobile phone? Yes. Did you try to call either of those numbers? I didn't. I didn't know his mobile phone number. How long had Hilton had a mobile phone? Connie says, a long time. And you didn't know his mobile phone number? Connie says, I didn't know his mobile phone number. Did you ever ask for his mobile phone number? Connie says, I think at the time I asked for it, and he said, there's no need for you to know it, Connie. Just call the office, and they will get in touch with me. You didn't think that was a little strange? Connie says, no, I really didn't. See, and what did you ask Connie Crawford? Okay, this is of which one is this? Who's doing this? Oh, this is Billy Allen's testimony at the trial. And what did you ask Connie Crawford? He says, I just told her Hilton was trying to call me. I thought he was. He said. I thought he was. I didn't know where he was. I thought he was home. And she said she had a phone number where I could reach him. She had a phone number where you could reach him? He says, that's what she said, yes. And she gave me a phone number, and I called that phone number, but I didn't get an answer. Now, they're saying he could have misremembered that, but Connie claiming not to know Hilton's number was only one thing that Paulette found suspicious. Connie didn't identify Hilton's car the night of the kidnapping. Let's see, here's their FBI stuff. Mr. and Mrs. Schaefer advised that they knew nothing that could help, but that their Mrs. Crawford advised that she was sick and on medication. Again, Paulette wondered if Connie was covering. Connie's excited utterance after Hilton's arrest. Okay, she said Connie didn't visit them after McKay disappeared. And after Hilton was arrested, when Paulette visited Connie at her sister Anne Marie Mazu's home, she said that Connie ran down the driveway clutching a pillow, screaming that McKay was dead. Paulette thinks that's what Connie said would legally be considered an excited utterance, which is a statement made in response to a shocking event. The assistant district attorney was interested in Connie as well. Interesting. And so he was a former police officer also that did this. Yeah. Pretty interesting. It's terrible. but wow, it's a crazy case, right? In 1995, Paulette was 45 years old. So she was 33. Why did these? And had one son named McKay, who was 12. Wow, there's a lot to look at. That's crazy. It's really, that's something. I want to just keep looking that up. I worked at the school he went missing. Oh, really? Family or press? Okay. Wow. It's, everybody must be listening because there's like 50 people here just listening. Who's listening? If you're listening, put up a 10. Put a 10 in the chat if you're listening. I have to get something. Hold on, I have to. Right there. 10. Okay. Let's see who else is listening. Wash my floors tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Today's Wednesday. Let's do it first. Oh my goodness. Sassy. Terry. Terry says it would be much more fun if people would engage in here. I agree, Terry. I don't know why nobody's engaging. Everybody's just hanging back. But they're here. So how come you're not engaging in the chat, guys? Hi, Pet Nanny. Find out, Terry, whether or not. I don't know. Maybe they're so engaged listening to me, Terry. I don't know. I have no idea. You're going to interrogate Scooter when she shows up? Okay. Hi, Carolyn. Hi, Pet Nanny Nancy. Well, have you met the woman? Have you met Paulette, Amy? I was not able to wish Scooter a happy birthday. I'm crushed. Well, I told her about it, and I told her about it tonight. And I don't know what the deal is. You know what they say, Terry. Your birthday's in September, and I will stop in here even for a few minutes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, please do. No, I don't think so, Terry. I don't think so. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna look for. Oh, I know. A missing Arkansas woman is found on a trail after 5 days, an absolute miracle. TikTok squishy toy trend leaving kids severely burned. How did that happen? Oh, they're encouraging people to microwave them. Why? To make them more pliable. Oh my gosh. That's that Nido stuff. You're not oh gosh. I remember once I had a squishy, I think it was a Nido, but it wasn't in the microwave and it just burst. I wish I could find it. It was on camera. Is sending a growing number of children to the hospital burn units as parents and doctors and even the company behind the trend's viral toy sound the alarm. The injuries stem from videos encouraging people to microwave squishy toys, often soft, gel-filled stress and fidget products to make them more pliable. Doctors say heating the toy causes the gel inside to rapidly expand, sometimes rupturing the outer layer and spraying scalding material onto skin. One of the latest cases involved a child in Britain who suffered severe burns and potential permanent scarring to her face after she and a friend microwaved a squishy toy that later exploded. Her mother, Charlotte, told the BBC the girls had seen videos. Wow. Over in Indiana, 12-year-old Kelsey DeBala suffered severe burns to her neck and face after microwaving her squishy in 5 seconds intervals for 1 minute. Oh my gosh, 1 minute? All of a sudden I heard, it burns, it burns, it burns. And I was like, what did you do? Kelsey had watched numerous videos of other people microwaving their squishies on TikTok and YouTube. I'd seen a bunch of things saying if you put it in the microwave, it gets softer. I had actually started to see the people that were doing it, and people were encouraging it. Kelsey ended up needing a skin graft and surgery. Oh my gosh. One of the earliest and most medically challenging stories came out of Missouri, where 7-year-old Scarlett Selby was placed in an induced coma for 3 days. In March of 2025, according to Scarlett's father, Josh, his daughter first froze the toy overnight and then microwaved it the following day. Josh says he was aware that Scarlett microwaved the toy. Moments after she removed it, though, Selby heard his daughter scream and discovered that the toy had exploded, coating her body in a scalding gel. Oh my gosh. When they arrived at the hospital, doctors opted to put Scarlett into an induced coma, afraid that her airways might swell shut due to the severity of the burns on her mouth. Wow, this is crazy. The toys are generally marketed as non-toxic because of the virality. More and more companies are coming out of the woodwork and getting toys on the shelf, meaning it's difficult to know what's going on in them. Viral trend disappointing, says the Neato maker. As the most recognizable name in the history, the Neato's parent company, Schilling, about reports of people being injured. In a statement, Schilling said it was disappointed that people are misusing the products, and it's become a viral trend. And they have added a safety warning to all of its Neato packaging. Misusing a Neato product by microwaving it, heating it, or freezing it is dangerous and could cause injury to the consumer. TikTok echoed this sentiment, telling the BBC that any content depicting dangerous or harmful behavior violates the company's guidelines and is removed from the platform. All right, I'm trying to see. Texas dad fatally shoots a carjacker who tried stealing his car with his family inside. Middle East on edge as Iran strikes UAE. Prosecutor killed in stolen car crash. Where is that? Let me see. Stolen car going the wrong way caused a crash that killed a Columbus, Ohio prosecutor Monday night. Caitlin Spar, 32, a prosecutor with Columbus City Attorney's Office, died after the crash on State Route 315 around 10:15 p.m. Monday. She was a passenger. 3 other people were injured, including both drivers. Police say they were all 3 taken to the hospital in critical condition. Spa worked in the city attorney's office since 2022. City Attorney Zach Klein said the office had suffered a tremendous loss, describing her as a dedicated public servant. She was a hard worker, someone who cared about her job, and more importantly, the people she worked with and for, the residents of our city. Columbus is better for people like Caitlin, who make a difference in the work they do each day. My thoughts, sympathies, and prayers are with Caitlin, her family, and all those who loved her during this difficult time. Hold on a second. We went over the severe thunderstorms forecast, 2-inch hail and tornado risks in the southeast this week. Well, it's healthy to eat almonds every day. Spirit Airlines has stopped flying. Here's what happens next. Well, okay, let me see. Trader Joe's. We talked about Craig Berry, the fugitive, too. Okay. Back. Let's see. Great grandmother ran home and said, what? Hi, Amy. Did you see my post? I said, as soon as my bruised face is from getting a fight, I will come on panel. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. I figured that. You should get some, you know what to get? Go try one of those foundations that they say covers that up and see if it really works. Because if it does, boy, that would be something to show, right? If that really covered that up. I don't know that it can, but you ever see those infomercial things where they show like people have these tattoos and stuff and they put this stuff on and their skin comes out like nothing's there? Oh my gosh, Terry. Wow. That's crazy. I want to know who was Matthew Everett that I was talking about, but it must have been in another case. It doesn't. No, but do you know what I mean? Foundation. Like, there's these foundations, Amy. Like, people have like a big name tattooed on their arm and they just put it on and it just covers it up. It says, it's crazy. It just covers it up. It says, you don't believe that? You don't believe it, Amy? I don't know what to tell you then if you don't believe it. Yeah, that's a pain that arnica. Isn't that for pain? Or the I don't know. It's some kind of foundation. It's on like infomercials and stuff, like on these things, and you just put it on like, oh, look at this. Look at this. Would you look at that? I tried. Yeah, but arnica cream. Oh, that's like Johnny Depp. That's the one that covers that up. I thought arnica was the one that's like a pain reliever without, like a holistic pain reliever. Are you sure? I think I have some of that upstairs, and it's billed as like a holistic pain reliever. Hold on, I gotta get something. Hang on, I dropped something again, and I've gotta. Oh my gosh, what am I doing here? Hold on, I gotta put these dragonflies away while I got them out. I gotta wash my floor. What the heck is on my floor? I don't know what that could be. Oh, this I've got to take. Hold on. Hold on a minute, I'm just gonna. I'll be right there. Oh shoot, these should be. Move these. Okay. Right there. That. Okay. I'm coming. Shoot, I have a lot to do. Okay, I've got to just write a note for myself about those format things I have to do. The problem is I don't have that. Shoot. I probably could get that. I will have my research. I will have to research on it. You should see the looks I get from people. I know, but I told you I would over-explain that, okay? If you guys go out, let's say something happened, you had a medical procedure, okay, guys? And it left a part of you really, really badly bruised that could look like somebody beat the crap out of you. But you had to go out to the store and you had to do things. Would you over-explain to everybody that saw you like, oh my gosh, whatever, this was a medical procedure that's left me bruised like that? You know, that would be me, okay? I would have to explain that to everybody because just that's the way I am. It's crazy. Though once I went out with like a huge bruise on my arm and didn't explain it to anybody. And one time when they took my blood, yeah. But then I think I did over-explain that to somebody. She couldn't get my blood because my veins were really small. So stupid me says, why don't you just take it up here? And she did. And I had this huge bruise. You couldn't even believe it. And we were in Skytop Lodge. And it was in the summer. And it was just horrendous. You're hyper aware of your 360 degrees. I'm like, how could you have what happened? Wondering. What about having a huge bruise? There must be a big lag. Amy, are you explaining to people when you go out about things? Or are you just letting them think whatever they want? Amy. 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 Remember that? What is it? Evelyn. 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 Remember that witch? Evelyn. Terry. Terry. Evelyn. Terry. Amy? Where'd you go? I think my mic's not working. I think... Terry, did you hear what I said? If you had a really big bruise on you that was from a medical procedure, and you went out because you had to go out and do the grocery shopping or whatever you had to do, but it was very conspicuous and it looked horrendous. It looked like somebody beat the crap out of you. Would you over-explain it? Would you have to explain it to some people to tell them, oh my gosh, I had a medical procedure? Or would you just go on and not explain it? I would over-explain it probably. Unless I was in a mood. I don't know where Amy went. Somebody was looking at it? Otherwise you would just go, I don't know. I would have to just explain to people. You would not explain it, Terry? Wow. I would think I would have to explain it. It's just the way I am. I'd have to explain it. It's not their business. Yeah, but I'd have to explain it anyway. But if the injury was on my face, hubby would be going to the store. Okay, but what if you had to because your hubby worked out of town and you had to go to the store yourself, or you had to do some kind of thing yourself? Unless they asked a question about it, then I would... Yeah, that would be really nosy if they asked you a question. Come on. What's it gonna be, boy? You'd wear a Spider-Man mask. I don't know. Oh shoot, hold on, I've got to write something else on my list. Where's that? I wrote a whole bunch of stuff and I couldn't find where I wrote it. Something else. There's an old Native American saying, never judge a person till you have walked a mile in the market. Yeah, but it's not a matter of judging someone. It's not a matter of judging someone. I would just want to tell someone so they... Yeah. I don't think I'm coming across clear. I explain it. I told the lady at O'Reilly, and she said she didn't notice because all she could see was the prettiest tea she ever had seen. Really? She said that to you? That was nice that she said that to you. So they'd stop staring. I don't know. I don't know. Where's Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu, where are you? You gotta call him 3 times, like Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu. Where are you? I just heard somebody growl. Who's that? Did you hear that growl? When I called Planet Damnation, they were right there. Planet Damnation. Planet Damnation, Planet Damnation. It used to be 3 times. See what else I can summon in here. Manager of 3 monsters, Manager of 3 monsters, Manager of 3 monsters. Heart Made Wise, A Heart Made Wise, Heart Made Wise, Julianne Gonzalez, Julianne Gonzalez, Julianne Gonzalez. Margaret, there, see? Here comes Planet Damnation. There. There's one. Let's see if I can break the record and get somebody else in here that I'm calling. High Speed Drifter, High Speed Drifter, High Speed Drifter, High 61, High 61, High 61. Margaret, Margaret, Margaret. Jason, Jason, Jason. Two Scooter, Two Scooter, Two Scooter. Linda, Linda, Linda. Gail B, Gail B, Gail B. It's Spink, it's Spink, it's Spink. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I could only bring him 1. Not nice. Sassy Darcy, Sassy Darcy, Sassy Darcy, White Angel, White Angel, White Angel. Lisa Hobbs, Lisa Hobbs, Lisa Hobbs. I don't know. Snow remover, snow remover, snow remover. I think everyone in here knew that I had dental implants in my whole entire mouth, and it looks like I had a facelift. I think everyone in here knew that I had dental implants in my whole entire mouth, and it looks like I had a facelift. LOL. It looks like you had a facelift? Oh, murder of crows, murder of crows, murder of crows. Pensilla. She listens all the time and doesn't chat until the word game. Billy Boy Blue, Billy Boy Blue, Billy Boy Blue. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu. I don't know where Mr. Wu went. Let's see what new trials are coming up. I don't know. Let me see. So in the Scott Peterson case, the judge declined to review the new evidence for that Innocence project, but it's not the Innocent projects that you know. In an order issued on Monday, San Mateo, California Superior Court Judge Elizabeth Hill declined to review the evidence and denied the petition's claims, finding they are procedurally barred or lack merit. Scott Peterson's attorneys say they plan to appeal it to a higher court, of course. We disagree with and are disappointed by the court's ruling on every level, said the LA Innocence Project Deputy Director Hannah Brown. The ruling demonstrates a profound misunderstanding and misapplication of the law applied to the habeas corpus petitions. The LA Innocence Project has claimed Scott Peterson was denied his rights due to due process and a fair trial because jurors did not hear evidence that they argue could have affected the outcome of his trial. His attorneys say they have uncovered compelling new scientific evidence showing that the jury in Mr. Peterson's case relied on unreliable scientific evidence to convict him. Scott Peterson appealed his conviction, claiming he received an unfair trial based on possible jury misconduct. A judge denied him a new trial in 2022 following his appeal on stealth juror accusations. The LA Innocence Project said they're challenging that ruling in the California Supreme Court. Prosecutors and police who were involved in the original trial have stood behind the 2004 conviction. He was initially sentenced to death for the murders. In 2020, the California Supreme Court overturned his death sentence, citing that the jury was improperly screened for bias against the death penalty. He was later resentenced to life in prison without parole. April 2. Kentucky versus. Okay. Oh, they say tomorrow is something in the Ashley Buzzard case. Paul Canero, his sentencing. She's a motions hearing. Buzzard. And then, Brendan Banfield on the 8th has it looks like his sentencing too. And Corey Richens on the 8th as well. She has some kind of a motion, I think. Rather, Larry Miliette. Wow. A lot coming up. A lot coming up. Okay, hold on a sec. Did I? Okay. All right, I think we're gonna do the word game. Word game, word game. I still have to do the song for this. It's word cookie time. Nick, oh, that's not going to be for a while, Terry. That's not going to be for a very long time. Probably the earliest would be a year for Nick Reiner. It's not going to be for a long time, trust me. The wheels of justice move very slowly. Oh yeah, purple. Yeah, Pumper wasn't there. Pumper wasn't there. Plum. Yeah, thank you. That's fine. Oh, Rump probably might be there. No. Yeah, I got Rumple. Mm-hmm. Oh, lemur. Upper, yeah. Pro, yeah. Good. Puller. We had plump. Oh, you missed the show? Oh well. I thought I had plump too, I don't know. I don't think I can't even think anymore. I'm so tired. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Tomorrow's that day. Then another 2 days after that. Oh my gosh. But thanks for hanging out and nothing. No, there's no H. So, oh, what are you noting? Nodding. I thought I tried that. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, you're right. Hey, all right. Good. So tired. Anyway, I'll probably, if it's nice, I'll do, see if I can, I don't know, do something on the lake for Ray. We'll see how that works out. But the weather. Icing, I think I tried that. Let me see. Yeah. Yep. But what is it? Ingot? Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, you're gonna go take your ice pack? Wait a minute. It's been been a week, right? You still have to take the ice pack? Good night, Amy. Feel better. Ionic. Let's see. Be good to get rid of this puzzle. Yay, thank you. Wonderful. Then singe. Sneezing, yeah, very good. Oh, engine? Yeah, an engine, very good. Very good. Hi, murder. What did you get? 9. Oh, and 9's probably right. Hi, murder. I just saw you come in, murder. I didn't even notice it. I didn't notice that it changed. I was so into what I was doing. I was not being observant. And sign. Very good. I tried jeans. Uh-oh. Went to extra word. I have seeing up there, don't I? You're right there. Do we know what this last one is? Anybody, anywhere? I think didn't I put C's in there? I thought I did. I put C. Okay, wait a minute. S. Oh, I thought I did. Wait a minute. Very good. Oh my goodness. Oh, what the heck? I don't know. Should we do it? I don't know. So we got to play the next one because this is going to be an advancement. We're a peanut? I didn't know. When did we become a peanut? I don't remember becoming a peanut. I thought we were something fancy, like a dragon fruit or something. Uh-oh. 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 Good night, Jen. Uh-oh. Bang, yeah, okay. Boa. Bad. Nah, Dawn. Vagabond. I was just thinking of that song. Can you feel it? I wonder if I really was. Vagabond. I think I was. That's crazy. I don't know what's going on with me lately. I think I was thinking of that. Dang, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Sorry for yawning. I'm sorry for yawning. I'm sorry. Gold. Okay. And what else do we have? Good, gold. Whew. What do you have? I tried that. How about a Nova? Oh god, you got it too. We all got it at the same time. Okay, now we're gonna get a reward. We gotta play the next one. You know we have to. Maybe they're gonna go back to the easy ones. We just became a dill and it didn't even really give us a big advancement kind of thing. That wasn't nice. And now we got this long one to play. Oh boy. That wasn't even like a real advancement. I didn't even know that we were, what were we, just a corn or something? Oh my gosh, a peanut. Why? I don't remember that. I thought we were something really like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me, really. Equine. I only want a. Isle, okay. Quelling. Very good. Linguini? Almost, Amy. Lunge. Yay. Lines. There's no E. I mean, there's no S. Sorry, drop the S. For what? Which one? Okay, that's it. I think we're Dill. I've got to go to bed. Got a big day tomorrow. All right, everybody. Prayers. May the Lord bless you and protect you and give you His peace, and prayers for everybody. And please say a lot of prayers for everyone in this community. They're going through things. People are going through stuff, and I love you guys. I'll talk to you later. I'm exhausted. Okay, everybody, take care. Good night now.